This is Dr. Jackson. Can you guys hear me okay?
Good morning. We have our full committee hearing this morning on the fiscal year 2022 National Defense Authorization budget request from the Department of Defense. We are honored this morning to be joined by the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, and by Mike McCord, the Undersecretary of Defense, the Comptroller, Chief Financial Officer for DoD, and we look forward to your testimony. We are back in the committee hearing room, which is great. We do still allow a hybrid option for members who wish to participate remotely, and because of that, we have this set of rules that I must read before we begin. So I will do that before making my opening statement. Members who are joining remotely must be visible on screen for the purposes of identity verification, establishing and maintaining a quorum, participating in the proceeding and voting. Those members must continue to use the software platform's video function while in attendance unless they experience connectivity issues or other technical problems that render them unable to participate on camera. If a member experiences technical difficulties, they should contact the committee staff for assistance. Video of members' participation will be broadcast in the room and via the television internet feeds. Members participating remotely must seek recognition verbally, and they are asked to mute their microphones when they are not speaking. Members who are participating remotely are reminded to keep the software platform video function on the entire time they attend the proceeding. Members may leave and rejoin the proceeding. If members depart for a short while for reasons other than joining a different proceeding, they should leave the video function on. If members will be absent for a significant period or depart to join a different proceeding, they should exit the software platform entirely and then rejoin it if they return. Members may use the software platform's chat feature to communicate with staff regarding technical or logistical support issues only. And finally, I have designated a committee staff member to, if necessary, mute unrecognized members' microphones to cancel any inadvertent background noise that may disrupt the proceeding. With that, only other procedural thing is the Secretary has a hard stop at 2 o'clock. We will stop at 2 o'clock. I know we have a lot of members who ask questions. We'll get through as many of them as we possibly can. We will also be taking a break at 11:30 for the witnesses. Brief break, 5-ish minutes, and then get back going. So I hope members will make note of that. Hard stop, 2 o'clock, break at 11:30, so plan accordingly. With that, I want to thank our witnesses for being here and thank them also for their service to our country and their leadership at the Pentagon. These are extraordinarily difficult times in a variety of different ways. Certainly, we have a very complex threat environment across the globe. Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, transnational terrorist groups, all of those things are things that we need to worry about in order to maintain the security of this country. We are actively building on our partnerships across the globe to try and confront those threats, recognizing the need for a cooperative effort with our allies and partners. Appreciate that effort as well. Much of the focus of this committee for the last couple of weeks has been on the top line for the defense budget, which is an area of some controversy. I personally, don't think it should be. I think the budget that the President has submitted is more than adequate. It is a $12 billion increase over last year's budget, and the budget before that was only a $3 billion increase over the previous budget. $753 billion is a lot of money. Even in the United States of America, it's a lot of money, and we ought to be able to adequately defend our country for $753 billion. My concern, as many of you have heard before, goes more towards how we are spending that money. Number one, making sure that we are getting value out of it, that the programs that we're spending the money on are meeting their budget requirements and are meeting their requirements, basically producing what we ask them for. And we've really struggled with that in the last couple of decades. The members of this committee know better than anyone the list of programs that have either been canceled or have wound up way over budget and under the performance expectations. Now, I will say that in the last couple of years, I think that's gotten better. I think a succession of secretaries of defense and other members at the Pentagon have really buckled down and looked at that. The most optimistic thing that has happened to me in this regard was several weeks ago when I was briefed on the B-21 program, which is on time, under budget, and performing as expected. We learned a lot of lessons from the disappointments of the F-35 and others, and I know there are other programs that are similarly progressing in a positive way. There are still some that aren't. But number one, think about all the money in the last 20 years that went to things that didn't produce. If we just had that money back, we wouldn't be having a conversation about what the top line budget is. So going forward, let's make sure that we're efficient and effective in how we spend that money. And then the second piece of it is something that has been a big focus of this committee for the last couple of years, and that is understanding the changing nature of warfare, understanding how important information systems and survivability have become. Simply massing a huge amount of firepower in one place isn't enough if you can't protect those systems and you can't get adequate information, and if those systems are not survivable. We've had 2 task forces in this committee. Last year, we had the Future of Defense Task Force that really focused on this issue. What are the programs that we need going forward? I reject the whole legacy versus the future argument, because maybe a legacy system actually fits what we need right now. It's not a matter of old or new. It's a matter of what is going to work for the environment that we face. And I think that task force produced some incredibly important information about how we do that. And we now have a task force focused on the supply chain, which is directly tied to that as well. How can we make sure that we get the crucial equipment and have the crucial manufacturing capabilities that we need to perform? Lastly, we formed a new subcommittee focused specifically on emerging technologies, artificial intelligence being at the top of that list, but not the only one. That's what's really going to be the key to our ability to defend ourselves. I know we've heard a lot about some of the war games that have been done, specifically focused on what would happen if we got into a conflict with China. And for the better part of, 7, 8 years while they were doing those war games, it did not go particularly well. But they did a new one, the Air Force did, just a few months back, that introduced some new capabilities, and it totally flipped how that went. And it wasn't about the sheer volume of stuff that we had. It was about having a different set of capabilities, capabilities that could survive, capabilities that could get information to our warfighters reliably in crucial circumstances. That drives home that point. It isn't how much money we're spending, it's what we're spending it on and how it reflects the threats that we face today. The last point that I'm anxious to hear from our witnesses about is we've had a fair amount of difficulty in terms of protecting our service members. Focus has been on sexual assault in the military. We have not adequately dealt with that. And I think there is wide bipartisan support for the idea that we need to make some big changes to try to address that. This committee has passed a number of provisions to attempt to address this issue. We are not there yet. There is going to be a big change in that. It is, however, not just sexual assault. I know that both of you gentlemen have looked closely at the report that came out of Fort Hood and some of the command structure problems that were down there that led to many problems with the force. We need to figure out how do we recruit, train, and protect our service members and their families, because as you all know, that's what makes defense go. The systems are great, but it's the people that make it happen. We are an all-volunteer military. We need to make sure that people still want to serve in the military, want to keep serving in the military, and feel, most importantly, that they and their families are safe when doing so. And I think we've got a lot of work to do in that area. I thank you both for being here. I look forward to your testimony. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Rogers for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the witnesses being here. I know y'all are busy, but this is very important to us and the nation to be able to hear from you. So thank you for your preparation and your presence and your service to our country. Last month, Admiral Davidson testified that, quote, "there is no guarantee the United States would win a future conflict with China," close quote. In fact, in almost every war game conducted by the Pentagon over the last decade, the United States lost to China. The Chinese Communist Party now controls the largest Navy in the world and the largest army in the world. It has more troops, more ships, and more ground-based missiles than the United States. And while we are still developing hypersonic missiles, the CCP is fielding them. The facts couldn't be more clear. China is a very real threat to our national security. Both Secretary Austin and General Milley have acknowledged that point. At his confirmation hearing, Secretary Austin said, quote, "China presents the most significant threat going forward," close quote. General Milley testified before the Senate, "From a strictly military standpoint, China represented our greatest threat." Here's the problem. The president apparently doesn't see things the same way. If he did, I don't understand why he'd send us a wholly inadequate defense budget. This budget request doesn't keep pace with China. It doesn't even keep pace with inflation. In fact, it constitutes over a $4 billion cut in real spending dollars. This budget cuts the size of the Navy and starves the shipbuilding industry. It cuts procurement budgets across the board, delaying critical modernization efforts. Air Force procurements are slashed by 12%, missile defense by more than 15%. There's a $25 billion unfunded priorities list, much of which are critical capabilities our warfighters need to counter China. The budget accelerates divestment of important capabilities, including over 200 fighter and reconnaissance aircraft. It doesn't seem to matter that these are still needed on the battlefield. And as the services struggle to meet recruiting goals, the budget cuts in strength. Ask the administration why they propose such an anemic budget, and they struggle for excuses. They tell us that the savings they produce today are being reinvested in future capabilities, except that's not the case. Slashing procurements and accelerating divestments produces nearly $13 billion in so-called savings. But the research and development of new capabilities increases by only $5 billion. Then they tell us the fact that defense spending is hemmed in is because of fiscal realities. That might make sense if the president wasn't proposing spending of unprecedented amounts on money on progressive wish lists, but not so on national security or defense. The budget proposes massive increases in funding for the EPA and the Department of Education, HHS, and Commerce. In all, non-defense discretionary spending grows by an astonishing 16%, 10 times more than defense. And that it doesn't count the $1.9 trillion wasted on so-called COVID stimulus. More than $1.7 billion of that bill was spent on progressive priorities like stimulus checks to prisoners, illegal immigrants, and bailouts of union pension funds, but not a dime for defense. Nor does it include the infrastructure bill they're talking about, which spends money on everything under the sun except defense. The cost for that fiasco could range anywhere from $1 to $6 trillion of new mandatory spending. The only reason the president's not spending more on defense is because the radical left is pushing him to cut it. They want to slash defense spending by 10% or more. To his credit, the president has not gone that far, but what he's proposing is far from what we need for a credible deterrent. The National Defense Strategy Commission recommends an annual increase of 3 to 5% above inflation to stay ahead of China. Each one of the service chiefs and combatant commanders that I've talked with publicly has endorsed that level of spending. Deputy Secretary Hicks supported it when she was a commissioner on that very commission. I suspect that the level of funding Secretary Austin and General Milley would like to see is that same amount as well. Given the colossal amounts of money the president and the majority are throwing around these days, I outright reject the notion that we can't somehow find 3 to 5% for our national security. If this budget was being driven by risk instead of politics, 3 to 5% is the level of growth we would see. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Mr. Secretary, I know you're doing the best you can with what you've been given, but it's wrong to put you in this position. This budget robs our warfighters of vital capabilities they need to carry out their mission, and it fails to adequately support our defense industrial base. Most regrettably, it gives China more time to enhance their military advantage and undermine deterrence. I urge my colleagues to reject this budget and work in a bipartisan manner with our colleagues to address the urgent needs on national defense. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you are recognized.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Rogers, and distinguished members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the President's budget request for fiscal year 2022. I'm pleased to appear alongside General Milley, whose counsel has been crucial to us as we developed our budget and as we continue to defend this nation, which remains our top priority. I'm also grateful to have our Comptroller, Mike McCord, with us today. And let me say at the outset that I believe our budget request will help us match our resources to strategy and strategy to policy and policy to the will of the American people. This budget is informed by the President's interim national security guidance and by my own message to the force. We believe that it funds the right mix of capabilities that we need most to defend this nation now and in the future. It invests in hypersonic weapons, artificial intelligence, microelectronics, 5G technology, and space-based systems, shipbuilding, and nuclear modernization, to name a few. In fact, this budget asks you to approve nearly $28 billion to modernize our nuclear triad and $112 billion for research, development, testing, and evaluation, which is the largest R&D request ever put forth by this department. Our request also gives us the flexibility to divest ourselves of systems and platforms that no longer meet our needs, including older ships, aircraft, ISR platforms that demand more maintenance, upkeep, and risk than we can afford. The department must be ready to keep pace with our competitors, and if necessary, to fight and win the next war, and not the last one. And that's why we've commissioned a global posture review and a new national defense strategy, which will further inform and guide our resource decisions. This budget reflects our focus on the pacing challenge that we clearly see from the People's Republic of China, to include more than $5 billion for the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. Earlier this month, after our China task force completed its work, I issued an internal directive kicking off department-wide efforts that will, among other things, help bolster our deterrence against the PRC and revitalize our network of regional allies and partners, and accelerate the development of cutting-edge capabilities and new operational concepts. However, China is not our only challenge. Our budget also invests $617 million to counter the damaging effects of climate change and additional funds to prepare for future challenges like another pandemic. It helps us to counter belligerents from Russia, especially in the cyber realm. And you'll see more than $10 billion devoted to cybersecurity, cyberspace operations, and cyber research and development. And with this emphasis on space and missile defense and more sophisticated sensors, our budget will also help us counter the increasing ballistic missile capabilities of nations like North Korea and Iran. It funds a troop presence and counterterrorism capabilities in the Middle East and South Asia to meet the threats posed not only by Iran, but also by terrorist networks like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and in Africa like those posed by Al-Shabaab. And it helps us maintain the integrated deterrent capability and global posture necessary to back up the hard work of our diplomats, allies, and partners. Now, I know that Afghanistan remains at the top of all of our minds, and I can report that our withdrawal remains on pace. Last week in Brussels, we updated our NATO allies, and I was encouraged by their continued support for the new direction that we're taking. We've accomplished the mission for which our troops were sent to Afghanistan some 20 years ago. And I'm very proud of the brave men and women who made it possible and those who gave their lives for that mission. And I'm also deeply grateful to the families of our service members who have endured so much as they sent their sons, daughters, husbands, and wives into battle. We will now transition to a new bilateral relationship with our Afghan partners, one that helps them meet their responsibilities to their citizens, but one that will not require a U.S. footprint larger than what's necessary to protect our diplomats. And that's one reason why we're asking to move overseas contingency operations funding inside the budget. This will add greater transparency, accountability, and predictability to the budgeting process, and frankly, it's overdue. Now, this budget also takes care of our people. It increases funding to support in-home care and support, which has become increasingly important during this pandemic. We also seek to improve military base pay and retention bonuses and other incentives that will help us attract and retain the best talent. And we will be working hard to combat challenges that make service in the ranks more difficult for all the men and women of the department, from getting a better handle on the extent to which we experience extremist behavior, to combating sexual assault and harassment. As you know, my first directive as Secretary of Defense, issued on my first full day in the office, was to service leadership about sexual assault. Yesterday, I received the final recommendations and complete report of the Independent Review Commission. And I want to thank Lynn Rosenthal for her exceptional leadership on this commission, as well as the talented experts who worked so hard and so diligently to support her. The result is a comprehensive assessment across 4 lines of effort: accountability, prevention, climate and culture, and victim care and support. and that assessment recommends creative and evidence-based options. In the coming days, I'll present to President Biden my specific recommendations about the Commission's finding, but I know enough at this point to say that I fully support removing the prosecution of sexual assaults and related crimes from the military chain of command. We are prepared to work with Congress to amend the Uniform Code of Military Justice in this regard. The IRC also recommended the inclusion of other special victims crimes inside this independent prosecution system to include domestic violence, and I support this as well, given the strong correlation between these sorts of crimes and the prevalence of sexual assault. As we move forward, I believe that it's important to make changes that are both scope to the problem that we're trying to solve and properly resourced. The Department will likely need new authorities to implement many of the IRC's recommendations, and we will most assuredly require additional resources both in personnel and in funding. And we look forward to having those discussions with this committee. And we must treat this as the leadership issue that it is. And Chairman Smith and members of the committee, we feel the greatest military in human history, made up of the finest men and women who have ever donned the cloth of this nation. We also enjoy a civilian workforce deeply committed to every mission that we take on. No adversary can match the quality of our people. And I am immensely proud and humbled to serve with them again, and I can assure you that the President's budget request for fiscal year 22 fulfills our obligations to them and to their families. And I thank you for your steadfast support of the Department of Defense and for all that you do to ensure that we remain ready to defend this nation, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. General Milley.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Rogers, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. It remains my distinct honor and privilege to represent the United States Joint Force, the most capable military in the world. Our troops remain the best led, best equipped, and best trained force anywhere, and that is largely due to the efforts of this Congress. And I want to personally thank Secretary Austin and his steady leadership and wise guidance. Your joint force is standing watch, protecting American interests in all domains, air, sea, land, cyber, and space around the globe 24/7. We are also fully engaged here at home in both defense support to civil authorities through COVID-19 medical support, as well as homeland defense to keep Americans safe. We are conducting major exercises in Europe. We are monitoring the DMZ in Korea. We are conducting freedom of navigation operations in the strategic waterways of the global commons. We are sustaining operations in space and cyberspace. We are supporting our allies and partners in Africa and Latin America, and we are patrolling the skies of the Middle East. And our joint force is currently conducting a safe, responsible, and deliberate strategic retrograde from Afghanistan in good order while ensuring the continued support to the Afghan National Security Force. The purpose of the United States military is simple. It is to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And with that comes two key tasks. Task one is to prepare for war in order to deter our enemies. And key task two is to fight and win America's wars if deterrence fails. The United States military is a critical component of our overall national power. The combination of our diplomatic efforts, economic strength, and the overriding hope of the American message and our military capability will deter adversaries and preserve great power peace in this era of great power competition. The current geostrategic landscape is witnessing rapid change, and the potential for threats to peace and stability in various regions and indeed the world is increasing, not decreasing. States and non-state actors are rapidly transforming technologically, and we are bearing witness to a fundamental change in the character of war, as Chairman Smith pointed out. In particular, China is increasing its military capability at a very serious and sustained rate, and we must ensure that we retain our competitive and technological edge against this pacing threat. Readiness, modernization, and combat power are key to deter war and maintain the peace. And equally important are the combat multipliers of teamwork, cohesion, and well-led units. We must resolve the issue of sexual assault, and I and all the chiefs are in alignment with what the Secretary of Defense just said. And we must confront the issue of extremism. Both are corrosive, and the very essence of what it means to be in the military is negatively impacted if we allow them to continue. Additionally, we must continue to invest in leader development and talent management required for a future operating environment. And finally, we must continue to nurture and sustain a key strategic source of our strength, which is our network of many close allies and partners around the world. The Joint Force appreciates the work that our elected representatives do to ensure that we have the resources needed to be ready. The days of the Budget Control Act are over, and repeated continuing resolutions, hopefully, are behind us for good. The Joint Force will deliver modernization of our armed forces and security to the people of the United States at the FY22 President's proposed budget request of $715 billion. The American people have entrusted to us a significant commitment of treasure, and we will work diligently to ensure it is spent prudently in the best interests of the nation. In alignment with the interim national security strategic guidance, this budget makes hard choices, but it delivers a ready, agile, and capable joint force that will compete successfully. It will deter, and it will win across all domains in which is postured for continued overmatch in the future. This budget's focus is on the future and prioritizes nuclear modernization, long-range fires, hypersonic technology, artificial intelligence, shipbuilding, microelectronics, space, cyber, and 5G. These investments, in concert with our recently developed joint warfighting concept, will pave the way for a joint force of the future. The President's budget for FY22, this request increases the readiness and ensures our people are our number one priority. Consistent, predictable budgets informed by the will of the people are critical to our nation's defense, and the passage of this budget in a timely way is important. The FY22 presidential budget strikes an appropriate balance between preserving present readiness and future modernization. It's a down payment on the investment of the future, with a bias toward the future operating environment and the change in the character of war. It is now that we must set ourselves on a path to modernize the joint force, and this budget contributes to doing just that. Many enemies, historically, have grossly underestimated the United States and our people. We are ready now, and we will remain so in the future, and any adversary of the United States of America should not underestimate our military capability, our skill, and our combat power. Our job as your joint force, our contract with the American people, is that we, the United States military, will be able to fight and win when called upon, and we will support and defend the Constitution of the United States always and forever. And I look forward to your questions.
Thank you both. The unfunded requirements is something that has always sort of struck me as odd. Every budget I've ever seen, I think there were maybe a couple of years where we didn't do them. No matter how large the budget, there's always this list of unfunded requirements. And it strikes me as simply a way to try to, a forcing mechanism to, no matter what, force more money into the system. When, as I said in my opening remarks, what we really need to do is to force more effectiveness out of the money that we get. But we have this $25 billion list of unfunded requirements. Do you agree with that? Do you think that there are things in that $25 billion list that we haven't done that are somehow going to make it impossible for you to do your job? And if not, please explain why not.
Chairman, as I said in my opening remarks, I think that this budget provides us the flexibility to go after the capabilities that we need to support the operational concepts that will allow us to be not only competitive against any near peer, but actually dominant in that battle space. And so I'm comfortable that this budget provides us what we need. You've heard me say also that our pacing challenge is China. If you look at the types of things that we're investing in, almost $20.5 billion for missile defeat and defense, $6.6 billion for long-range fires, $52.4 billion for a lethal Air Force, $34.6 billion for combat effective naval forces, and $12.3 billion for effective ground forces. Not to mention the almost $28 billion that we're investing in modernizing the nuclear triad. So I believe that it gives us, the right flexibility to go after the capabilities that we need to be successful going forward.
Understood. I don't know, General Milley, if you want to dive in here. So how would you explain this? And I've argued that we should have gotten rid of the unfunded requirements list a long time ago. But how do you explain the service chiefs submitting this list? I agree with Secretary Austin. I think he's absolutely right about where the budget's at. But what are we doing with this list of things that to members up here makes us think that we're not meeting our needs?
As a former service chief for 4 years, Chief of Staff of the Army, the unfunded requirements list, and everyone probably looks at it slightly differently, but generally speaking, I would say that requirements always, I can't think of a budget where requirements do not exceed resources. And the whole purpose of a budget is to prioritize that which is most important down to that which is least important. And the unfunded requirements list, given an amount of money to a given service, anything that goes beyond what the budget is that they're given goes on to an unfunded requirements list. And these things are pages long, as you said, in the billions of dollars. The key question, though, is relative to your opponent. Everything's relative to someone. In this case, relative to a pacing threat of China, relative to Russia, terrorists, et cetera. Are those unfunded requirements critical path capabilities that are required to succeed? And the answer is no, in my opinion, my professional opinion. Others may have different opinions. If they were critical, then they need to be higher on the priority list and in the base budget. And the chiefs, service chiefs, and service secretaries all go through that drill. It's a hard drill. I had to do it with several service secretaries. We had night courts and so on. But the unfunded requirement lists are less important than which is in the base budget. The reason they're submitted is to provide the committee and Congress, the representatives of the people, to determine if those unfunded requirement lists meet the needs, and you have to make some assessments and determine to take such and such out of the base budget and add something from the requirements list. It's a flexibility option for the committees, and it gets submitted every year. Try to minimize them to the amount possible, because we really want the base budget is what needs to be passed.
Thank you. I think that's a good explanation. And again, I'll stand by the statement that, over the last 15 years in particular, the amount of money that has gone to programs that haven't performed, I'd rather have the service chiefs go through and tell us how they're going to make sure that their programs are actually going to perform as intended and on budget, and the mistakes that we've made with the money that has been wasted, so we don't do that again. And I have no doubt whatsoever if we did that, we'd have more than enough money to meet the requirements as we do. And as I mentioned, again, I want to compliment this department in the last couple of years, a series of secretaries of defense who have done the hard work to do that scrub, to go back in there and learn the lessons from what went wrong and try and fix it. And I think that is the most important thing we can do to meet our defense needs going forward. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Milley, as I noted in my opening statement, China already has a larger Navy, more troops, more missiles, more hypersonics than we do. Where are you most concerned that China has gained or may soon gain an advantage against us?
There's several areas. If you roll the clock back to 1975 and the reforms of Deng Xiaoping, the Chinese economy has risen at a rate of about 10%, down to 6 or 7% recently, and it's projected to reduce a little bit more. But with that massive economy, with that massive amount of money, China has developed an extraordinarily capable military. They are not, to be clear, they are not currently superior to the United States military, but their aim, their object, is to be at least co-equal to, if not superior. And that is possible. If we stood still, that would be possible in a certain amount of years. And I think that the area of cyber and space, those are two critical areas, and subsurface submarines are a third area, all of which we need to watch. But there's also emerging technologies that are very concerning, things like hypersonics, man-machine interface, changing the relationship of men or human beings to the machine, linking that to various very high-powered computer systems. There's a wide variety of information technologies that they're working on. These are all concerning, and then I would throw in robotics, and most importantly is artificial intelligence. These are emerging technologies that are going to hit in time and space in the next 10 to 15 to 20 years max, and we, the United States, need to be out front in all of them. Otherwise, we're going to be setting up future generations for a very difficult situation relative to China.
Good. It's a great answer, and I agree that the real threat is down the road, but that's the point we can't put off. We can't keep deferring taking action on keeping pace with China because it's going to get us in a bad situation. So while this budget is basically level funding, just a little bit of a dip, it's irresponsible in the long term. And I'm not just throwing off on this president. The last president came to us with a budget that was inadequate, and we got him to a better place, and I'm hoping we get this president to a better place. And I frankly hate it for y'all because y'all are outstanding military leaders, and you know what we need, and you're just doing your job trying to spin this thing up or shine it up. But it's not what we need for our long-term military growth. General Milley, as the chairman just alluded to, we got $25 billion unfunded priority list that came to us, and included in that are priorities such as $1.7 billion for a new destroyer, $1.4 billion for F-15Xs, and $300 million for the defense of Hawaii and Guam. You don't think those should be in this year's funding priorities?
A couple of points. Hawaii and Guam, no one, China, Russia, or anyone else, should think Hawaii and Guam are not defended. Because it's on an unfunded requirements list doesn't mean Hawaii and Guam aren't defended. We have a tiered capability in the Pacific arrayed explicitly to defend U.S. territory. The United States of America mainland and Hawaii, Guam, and our allies and partners are very well defended. So I don't want anyone to misinterpret that. There are capabilities that we'd like to improve on, but they didn't meet the threshold of the base budget, therefore they're in an unfunded requirement list. For the destroyer, we're adding another destroyer next year, so it's going to be in the 23 budget, vice 22. Again, hard choices, prioritization, that's what budgets are all about, and that's what the services did, that's what the Secretary of Defense did, and I fully support it. And I think this budget, 715, provides for the adequate defense of the United States of America for FY22.
Yeah. Again, I understand, I know this is the president's budget and you got to do your best, but the commander of Indo-PACOM says we need an easy shore on Guam and we need a new radar system on Hawaii. Sure. Granted, they're not defended as well as they need to be, and we need to be taking action and protect them. General Milley, you testified before the Senate and said that China and Russia combined are spending more money on defense than the United States. How much risk are we inviting by failing to keep pace with China when it comes to this kind of spending?
I think we are keeping pace, and I think we're ahead of China individually as a country. When you combine China and Russia, and we'd have to go into a classified session to show how we do this mathematically, but the combined budgets, when everything's taken into account and you normalize for the cost of personnel, et cetera, then you will find that the combined budgets of China and Russia do exceed that of the U.S. Department of Defense budget. In certain areas I'm concerned, like research development and some advanced modernization technologies, those are areas which I'd rather go into a classified session. But in open hearing and factually correct, we are keeping pace. In fact, we're exceeding China or Russia in the specific niche capabilities. And I don't want anyone to walk away from any hearing, and we're talking to more people than just in this room right now. I don't want China or Russia to ever think that the United States military is not better than their military. We are, in all domains, every day, 24/7. And that's not just bragging, that's fact.
And I completely agree. Everything you just said is accurate today. But you and I both know, as you've alluded to earlier, if we don't step it up, they are going to meet us or possibly surpass us in capability if we don't get on pace to make sure we never lose standing with them. Now, listen, I know what y'all got to say to this, but I got to ask it. Every combatant commander and service chief that's been in before this committee, I've asked, did they support the National Defense Strategy Commission's recommendation that we increase defense spending in foreseeable future 3 to 5% over inflation? Both of you have publicly stated before the president's budget came out that that's the way you felt as well. How do you feel today? Do you still believe that that should be what we are doing when it comes to defense spending? Secretary Austin, you first.
I support the president's budget, and as I stated earlier, Sir, I think that this budget gives us the ability to go after the things that we need to be very competitive going forward. And I absolutely agree with you that we are not only cited on what we're doing today, but we must be cited on what the requirements are and the capabilities will be in the future. And so we're working hard to build those capabilities to meet those requirements, and I think this budget does that. So.
General Milley.
I agree. I fully support this budget. I wouldn't have said it was adequate if I didn't. As far as the 3 to 5%, of course, 3 to 5% or 1% or 2%, we could spend it appropriately with the UFOLIS, et cetera. But the president is looking at a wider angle view for a nation's strength, not just a military strength. And it's a combined strength of the nation. It's critically important that we have an incredibly healthy economy. Otherwise, you'll never have a military. You have to have an educated workforce. You have to have all of these things in order to have a good military. So if this president's budget requires other parts of the government to have increases for various reasons, fine. This budget is adequate to defend the United States of America. And if given more money, we would certainly spend it appropriately in a disciplined way in accordance with the priorities on the UFOLIS. But I fully support this budget, absolutely.
Okay. Last question, both the chairman and I have been very frustrated that we got this budget so late. And I fear it's going to make it difficult for us to get an appropriates bill, defense appropriates, and NDA passed in a reasonable amount of time. Then it may force a CR. Secretary Austin, could you tell me what the implications of another CR would be?
So if we have a CR, Ranking Member Rogers, it will adversely affect readiness. It will slow down our ability to modernize. It will also adversely affect industry. And so I think that's really important. I think we need to do everything we can to prevent having a detrimental effect on our ability to man, train, and equip the force. And obviously what the CR does is it prevents you from initiating new starts, and that's a problem.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Langevin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for your testimony today and for your service to our nation. I want to pick up where we left off just a few minutes ago, talking about preparing and investing for not only today but for tomorrow, and because that revolves around research and development. Mr. Secretary, the FY22 budget is the largest request for research, development, testing, and evaluation to date, and which I applaud. Yet, overall basic and applied research funding is down from FY21. I think this is a mistake. And given, just by way of example, that a COVID-19 vaccine was a result of basic defense research 5 to 10 years ago, which resulted in the mRNA vaccine being developed. That was directly from a DARPA project, that early and applied research. Thank God that that research actually bore fruit and that it happened in the first place. So I appreciate that in our conversation on Monday, you said that you would look into it. My question is, will you commit to getting me a firm assessment of why we cut these vital budget lines by mid-July so that we can consider it during the NDAA?
Let me just say again that this is the largest investment in RDT&E that this department has ever made, which speaks to our commitment to ensure that we're investing in the right things to make sure that we're relevant in the future. And I absolutely agree with you on the importance of resourcing science and technology and other things. And I would also say that the areas that you're concerned about, while if you look at our investment this year for this budget for 22, it's actually above what the forecasted investment was in 21. Not what they were resourced for, but actually what they asked for in the budget. You know, we've asked for more. So again, we'll work hard to make sure that we have the right monies in the right place to ensure that we maintain a robust capability in this realm.
Okay, but, Secretary, if you could just give me a yes or no answer. If you'd look into that that assessment, you said you'd give me if we can get it before the time period so that we can consider it in the NDAA, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, I'm really concerned with how the Department has addressed electromagnetic spectrum operations. Our adversaries clearly investing in technologies to dominate the domain while we continue to consider it an afterthought in some ways, from my perspective. When can we expect the electromagnetic spectrum superiority strategy implementation plan, and what do you think is the first step to regaining our advantage?
Well, the first step to making sure that we maintain an advantage is to make sure that that we have a coordinated effort across the board to identify what the threats are and make sure that we have the right capabilities to be dominant in that space. Our Vice Chairman is currently leading this effort on, for our forces, and I'm confident that as he works his way through this, along with our Deputy Secretary, he'll come back with some good recommendations, and we'll implement those that are appropriate.
Secretary, the the Department of Defense officially recognizes 5 domains of warfare. I think we all agree that cybersecurity is the national security challenge of the 21st century. The four of those domains, the senior civilian is a service secretary. Cyber has a deputy assistant secretary, which is 4 rungs lower than the other warfighting domains. Why does this make sense, especially when U.S. service members are in contact with and engaging our adversaries in cyberspace daily?
Well, cyber is obviously incredibly important to us. I think we're very effective in this domain, and I think currently we have the right oversight for our cyber efforts. Matter of fact, I was just out with General Nakasone here a couple of weeks ago, reviewing what he's doing and looking at his programs, talking to his troops, and I'm very impressed by the capability that he continues to develop. And we are investing in cyber. You know, $10.4 billion in this budget focused on cyber, and so it's important to us, and it will remain important to us.
Thank you, Jim. I yield back.
Mr. Wilson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank our witnesses for your service. As a 31-year Army veteran myself, as the grateful dad of 4 sons who have served in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I particularly appreciate your dedication and what you mean for our troops and military families. And for each of you, the issue of pit production. I'm grateful that in the FY22 presidential budget request, it fully funds the modernization of our nuclear triad. A credible nuclear deterrent is key to maintaining peace during great power competition. This requires modernized and robust nuclear weapons infrastructure, including the capability to produce plutonium pits. Dr. Charlie Burton, the acting administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration, Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm, NNSA nominee Jill Ruby, and Admiral Charles Richard are all on record supporting a 2-site solution for pit production. In addition, just yesterday, General John Hyten reinforced the importance of a 2-site solution in a letter to Ranking Member Mike Turner. I request unanimous consent to enter the letter into record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secretary Austin and Chairman Milley, do you agree that limiting pit production to 1 site leaves us too little redundancy? What are the benefits of a 2-site solution to the resiliency of our nuclear weapons infrastructure to establish peace through strength? Secretary Austin.
Well, thank you. And first of all, thank you for your incredible service. Very, very impressive, and we're grateful. On the issue of pit production, as you know, the Department of Energy is the lead element for that and oversees the efforts of NNSA. We work with the Department of Energy to ensure that we have the right approach. We want to make sure that we have adequate resources in terms of pits and other elements that go into supporting our triad there. So we continue to do a review of our overall capabilities, and as we review those capabilities, we'll determine, what the appropriate number of sites ought to be.
And hey, in accordance with the President's budget, do you support 2 sites?
I support the President's budget, yes.
And with 2 sites. Thank you. Excuse me, General Milley.
Yes, I'm aligned with General Hyden's recommendation. Yes, so we talked about it. The broader issue, of course, is the number 1 priority actually in the budget is a recapitalization of the nuclear enterprise. And the Secretary's directed a nuclear posture review that's ongoing. We'll see what the results are. But in general, as a general comment here, the entire nuclear enterprise needs to be recapitalized, and that includes the pit production at 2 sites.
Thank you very much, each of you. And Secretary Austin, Guam is a critical Western Pacific theater of operations and logistical hub for our Navy and a priority target, sadly, for the Chinese Communist Party. The patriotic American territory of Guam is appreciated for having the highest percentage of military service of any state or territory. The Missile Defense Agency's FY22 request includes $118.3 million to develop an architecture for the defense of Guam. Still, the MDA does not have a detailed plan exactly what it would be. Given China's increasingly hostile posture in peacetime military buildup, the largest peacetime military buildup in the history of the world, what can we expect the status of a detailed overview of the system and its deployment timeline?
Well, as the chairman had mentioned earlier, Guam is a part of the United States of America. And the United States of America, we will make sure that we have appropriate, adequate defense mechanisms to protect our territory here. And the $118 million that we've allocated for missile defense is a start as we develop integrated capabilities. In terms of a specific timeline of when our assessment and our work will be completed, I'll take that for the record, Congressman Wilson.
Thank you. And finally, Israel has been subject to 4,500 Iranian rockets from Gaza by Hamas. But the Iron Dome has been successful. Ms. Secretary, we could be working more closely to promote Iron Dome.
You've heard us say a number of times that we are committed to the defense of Israel, and I met with.
And I do apologize, gentleman's time has expired, so we will move on to Mr. Larson, and if you want to take that one for the record, we can do that. Mr. Larson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Austin, over the last several months, media has reported on a number of damning substantial issues within the Special Operations Forces ranks. I want to know what DoD is doing to transparently identify, track, and respond to reports of misconduct in SOF.
In terms of what the department is doing to focus on that, we've not taken any additional actions. As you know, we have additional oversight over Special Operations Command now, and that person reports directly to me. He's got a dual track reporting responsibility, one directly to me, one to our policy, so that we can make sure that Special Operations are integrated in policy. I've spoken with a commander of Special Operations Command. He is focused on these issues, and he's really digging in to make sure that he understands the nature of the issues and taking preventative measures to ensure that those types of things don't occur in the future.
It's a real serious issue, and I appreciate you taking it seriously. And on that last point you've made, we've talked a lot about domains, but I want you to change your brain a little bit here, literally, because I want to talk about the cognitive domain that SOCOM and SOF says they want to focus on in terms of improving the cognitive domain of our war fighters in SOF. I think there's a $10.2 million request, very small request in the budget, but for investment in cognitive domain, improving the impact of SOF training and improving the outcomes so that maybe we are getting a little more preventive. Can you talk a little bit about what your plan is to spend this $10.2 million. I know it's a tiny bit of the budget. It's not as big as some parts of the budget, but it's an important part we're tracking.
Well, SOCOM has led our forces in terms of developing ways to make our warriors more efficient, more effective on the battlefield, and this is one of those things that they've been looking at for some time in terms of specific plans to invest those monies into various pieces and parts. I'll take that for the record because I don't have those facts at my fingertips.
That's fine. I think it's more about resilience of the warfighter before we put them in to a situation. So when they come out, they're more resilient as well. Can you briefly then we described a little bit, how are you working to implement Directive 5111.10? That's the ASD SOLIC directive that DepSec Hicks put out. How are you working to implement that directive?
Well, as you know, our nominee to occupy that position has yet to be confirmed. But as Chris Meyer, and once he is confirmed, I have every confidence that he will do a great job in making sure that he keeps me informed of his needs in terms of service type needs and also what they're doing operationally. He will sit in on regular meetings with me. He will report directly to me on all service type issues, and he will also integrate his activities in with our policy branch, who, of course, will ensure that those activities are synchronized with the rest of the force. But to answer your question, we are moving out on this to realize Congress's intent here.
Thank you. General Milley, I don't want to let you go here without a question, and this is about the Arctic. There's a broader coordination that needs to take place throughout the U.S. government on Arctic policy generally, but the Defense Department has a piece of this. Can you articulate how the department sees the Arctic from a national security lens, and then what you're doing to coordinate among the services the disparate ideas they have for presence in that region? You got 27 seconds.
I'll give you a fulsome answer in writing. I'll take that for the record.
Great.
But briefly, we recognize the importance and the increasingly growing importance of the Arctic as climate change causes the Arctic ice to melt and resources become available, and it's going to become an area of great power competition between the United States, China, and Russia, and perhaps other powers as well. So I'll give you a more full written answer on disposition of force and what we have planned ahead. One comment, though, if I could, real quick, and I know the Chairman's going to cut me off.
Real quick.
On the Special Operations Forces, we have the most disciplined, vetted Special Operations Forces out there. I'm aware of the reports, talked to Rich Clark as well as the Secretary. We're getting after that very, very closely, but we have exceptionally disciplined and well-vetted Special Operations Forces.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Turner is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you know, we're undertaking our budgetary hearings, and as part of that, testifying before us was Acting Navy Secretary Thomas Harker. He and I had an exchange about a June 4th, 2021 memorandum that he wrote directing the Navy to defund the Sea-Launched Cruise Missile nuclear capable for a budgetary year 2023. The budget that you have before us and that you are testifying before is in 2022, and it fully funds this program. Yesterday, I sent you a letter concerning my exchange with the acting secretary, and I'm not going to ask you for a decision today, but I do want to engage you about his testimony and the importance of what I have asked of you. The acting secretary acknowledged that he requested that this be defunded. He testified that he did not consult with anyone in the Pentagon, and in fact, both of you, Secretary Austin and General Milley, have testified that you were not consulted. Also, Admiral Richard, Stratcom, was not consulted, and Admiral Richard testifies that this missile is a much-needed, non-strategic regional presence to provide assured response capability, that it provides additional diversity in platforms and survivability, that it provides limited U.S. response options, it is a more credible deterrent, and it allows us to not rely on the threat of large-scale nuclear responses. Now, the acting secretary went on to tell us that he acknowledged that we're currently under analysis of alternatives with respect to this missile, and of course the nuclear posture review is ongoing, and he indicated that he was not qualified to have an opinion in either of those with respect to this missile, and yet he felt he was qualified to cancel it. Now, it's always concerning when we have testimony, as we have from the both of you, concerning China's and Russia's modernization, and when we have what is basically a bureaucratic intervention in what the important processes are in determining what our capabilities are going to be in the future as we respond to our adversaries' capabilities. Now, the acting secretary also affirmatively acknowledged that he understood that his memorandum was untimely and that the President of the United States was about ready to sit down with Vladimir Putin, and that it undermined the President of the United States because as he's trying to engage Vladimir Putin in treaty negotiations for arms control, certainly Vladimir Putin doesn't care about arms control if we're going to unilaterally be giving up platforms. And the acting secretary, on his own, as he says, without consulting anyone, signaled to Russia and our adversaries and our allies that what Admiral Richards says is an important component of our overall capabilities is not going to be pursued in 2023. Now, I've sent you a letter asking you to rescind this because we have the testimony directly from the acting secretary saying he's not qualified to make this decision, that he understands it affects the United States standing and our arms control negotiations posture, that he understands that Admiral Richards says that it's an important capability that we have going forward in the future. Now, I'm not going to ask you today to commit to rescinding this, but I do want to ask you, are you concerned about this process that an acting secretary could issue a memorandum canceling a very important nuclear weapons program without consulting anyone in the Pentagon? He testified here that he had not consulted anyone. You both testified you were not consulted. Admiral Richard, who says it's essential for the future capabilities and references what China and Russia is doing for modernization, says he was not consulted. And the acting secretary himself acknowledges that it undermines the President of the United States. Does that concern you?
I'll make 2 points very quickly. The first point is the nuclear triad is very important to us, and I'm fully committed to its modernization. The second point I would make is that we've said a number of times that we're going to conduct a nuclear posture review. And in that review, we're going to ensure that we have the right balance and mix of forces and capabilities. I think that any announcements or decisions about FY23 prior to the termination of that review or completion of that review is premature. So.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I really do appreciate it. General Milley, I want to thank you for your service. I did on the phone yesterday. I think your credibility is incredibly important to both for our allies and our adversaries. Do you believe Ukraine deserves lethal weapons support from the United States?
I do, and we've provided lethal weapons in the past, but they're lethal weapons for defensive purposes only.
I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Courtney is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again to both witnesses. And Secretary Austin, you know, I just wanted to follow up one point which was made. I'm not going to ask you to comment on it, but the budget did come over later than normal, but I think it's important to remember that the transition team had an unprecedented level of lack of cooperation in terms of getting into the building and sitting down and really using November and December and early January as an opportunity to get a head start on the budget process. And to me, you know, just common sense tells us that that's one of the reasons why we're sort of a little late this year. But again, this committee is going to work hard to make sure that our mark proceeds, and we're going to do everything we can to get regular order. Both of you have talked, and the service chiefs in the last couple of weeks have stressed the importance of deterring pacing threats to our nation, particularly China and Russia. The fiscal year 22 budget includes a very noticeable, strong boost in investment in the Navy's undersea force, which General Milley alluded to briefly earlier here. Attack subs, the Columbia Ballistic Sub Program, and R&D for the follow-on to the Virginia program. Can you Mr. Secretary in General, just sort of talk about how that undersea priority aligns with the goal to match the pacing threat in the Indo-Pacific region, as well as increased Russian submarine activity in the North Atlantic and the Arctic?
Yeah, first of all, we have the most dominant naval force on the face of the planet. And a key piece of that is, what our key piece of that capability is what our submarine force brings to the table. It is absolutely relevant to the future fight. It is necessary, and so I think our investments here are well placed. I'll leave it at that.
Congressman, I would say that relevance to a future fight, a couple of things to consider. Survivability, smaller is better, dispersal, and submarines by their nature are extraordinarily survivable, they're very lethal, and they are one of the significant asymmetric advantages that the United States has. We have an incredible submarine force, and it is probably the most lethal weapon on a battlefield in some future operating environment. So continued investment in subs is well worth it.
Great. Well, thank you. And again, I've been on Sea Power for 15 years. This year's budget, it's unmatched in terms of the proposed spending levels, and I think it's worthy to, again, share that point. The number one acquisition authority, which both Admiral Gilday and I think even General Milley and others over the years has said, is the Columbia program, which is recapitalizing the sea-based leg of our triad. I was actually at EB on Monday and caught up with the program there. They are now at 85% design completion as construction begins. That is an unprecedented level of design completion in a shipbuilding program, which is a way of debugging the program to get the design done and make sure that then you just follow the requirements and stay within budget that's there. In 2015, this committee enacted the National Sea-Based Deterrence Fund, which was recognizing the bow wave of spending that Columbia was going to bring with it, and it set up, again, sort of special authorities for multi-year production for materials, for different components of the program. It has saved millions of dollars, and CBO has validated that. However, I would just note, and I think Mr. Whitman would agree on this, is that it really has been underutilized by the Pentagon, and we, in this year's mark, are going to continue to pursue other opportunities to get savings and efficiencies through the National Sea-Based Defense Fund. I've talked to Undersecretary Hicks and Mr. Stephanie about these opportunities that are there. But again, there's no time to waste in terms of getting this program complete. I know, General Milley, you took a rain check to come up and visit the South Yard where the production is. It's eye-watering when you come up, and hopefully you'll join us soon to sort of see this very important program for our country.
I will do that, Congressman.
Great. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Lamborn is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Smith, I've received a study by a retired commander of Air Force Space Command and NORAD Northcom and another lieutenant general saying that the Air Force never fully considered keeping Space Command in its current location, and doing so would save over $1 billion and save 7 years. And I'd ask unanimous consent to place this into the record.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Secretary Austin, this Monday, the Taliban seized control of a key district of Kandu's province in the north of Afghanistan, and it's the latest in a series of recent battlefield victories after peace talks have stalled. Dozens of districts have been taken over the Taliban since May 1st, when NATO began withdrawing, and you've said that you, quote, "We're looking at the situation every day with a fresh set of eyes to see if the pace we are setting is the appropriate pace," unquote. So given the accelerating pace of Taliban victories and control of key districts since we've been withdrawing since May 1st, how are things going? I mean, is our withdrawal at an appropriate pace when they're picking up all these districts around the country?
Well, thank you. We are focused on, and the task that we have at hand is to conduct our retrograde in a safe, orderly, and responsible fashion. We've developed a very detailed plan to do that. and we have accomplished the task according to plan thus far, and really provided for the safety of not only our forces but our allies as well, and we'll remain focused on that.
And as a follow-up on that, none of us want to see a bloodbath after we withdraw unless you said there would be a small presence guarding diplomatic personnel, but none of us want to see a bloodbath against women and children in particular, or against former U.S. supporters like translators. So how are we going to prevent that? I mean, how will the over-the-horizon process work, which I'm kind of skeptical about?
Yeah. So I would just point out to you on the over-the-horizon piece, we're doing over-the-horizon now. We don't have very much ISR on the ground in Afghanistan. It's coming from the Gulf countries. And our fighter support is also coming from either platforms at sea or from the Gulf countries as well. So we can do that. We have been doing it, and we're doing it very effectively. What we'd like to do going forward is shorten the legs that we're required to utilize by getting an agreement with one of the neighboring countries to base some of our ISR in one of those countries. But you know, we're doing that effectively now. So it is not only possible, it is what we're doing. In terms of taking care of women and girls in Afghanistan, let me also at the very top say I really appreciate the bipartisan support that we've seen for this. And I would also point to you, and you've mentioned this, that our plan is to maintain an embassy there, and through the embassy, we'll continue to work programs that are focused on women and girls. And I would defer to Secretary Blinken to really outline that. I don't want to speak for him.
Okay, thank you. And we all do bipartisanly share those concerns. Is it at all possible to keep Bagram Air Force Base?
Could I make a comment, Secretary? So a couple of quick comments here. On Bagram, Bagram is not necessary tactically or operationally for what we're going to try to do here with Afghanistan. Consolidate on Kabul in support of their government. But to back up a little bit on the momentum of the Taliban, so to speak, there's 81 district centers that are currently, we think, are underneath Taliban control. That's out of 419 district centers. There's no provincial capital that is underneath Taliban control, and there's 34 of those. It is true that the Taliban are sniping at and picking off outposts, et cetera, and they have seized some district centers. 60% of the 81 were seized last year, and the others since the last 2 months or so. So yes, we're concerned, we're watching it, but there's a 300,000 plus or minus military force, Afghanistan Army and police force, and it is their job to defend their country. We're going to continue we're having a new relationship.
Again, I do apologize. Gentleman's time has expired.
I will. I owe you a better answer, and I'll get you one in writing.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
Yield back.
Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Austin, General, thank you very much for your service, for your testimony today. A couple of things I'd like to get into. I think the U.S. is spending $770 billion, more or less. China about $250 billion, India 73, Russia 61. Just proportions here to keep in mind. The question really is, how are we spending it? And are we spending it the most effective way possible? General, you said the things, in answer to Mr. Rogers' question, you said the things that concern you most are cyber, subs, new weapons such as hypersonic, space, and AI, artificial intelligence. However, all of you want to maintain the triad, which will be $1 trillion plus over the next 15 years or so, 20 years maybe. One element of that is the GBSD, the replacement of the Minuteman III. The reality is the Minuteman III can be life extended. If we were to pause the GBSD for 12 to 15 years, during which time the Minuteman III could serve the same purpose and serve it well, can save somewhere north of $37 billion in the next 10 years. If you had $37 billion, which one of those unfunded priorities would you spend it on? Cyber? Subs? New weapons, hypersonic, long-range fires? Space security? Artificial intelligence? What would you do with $37 billion, which is available if we made a decision to pause the GBSD? Secretary Austin?
Yeah, so the evaluation of the GBSD is something that we will do as a part of or in the context of the nuclear posture review, and we'll take a deliberate and earnest look at where we are and where we need to go in the future. I think no matter what funds you have available, and I appreciate the question, it's always a question of kind of rank ordering the capabilities that we need in light of the threat that we're facing. And that would be deliberate work with the services to make sure that we are meeting the most pressing need.
Congressman, thanks for the question. I would not recommend taking that money away and putting it elsewhere. The recapitalization of the entire triad, to include the GBSD, is critical to our nation's security. And delay of 12 to 15 years, you'll have a gap. You'll have a gap in the land-based leg. According to the reports and the studies I've seen, I'll get with you offline and go through it from a technical standpoint and get the experts in. But what I've been briefed is, in order to make sure that there is no gap, we need to continue the investment in the GBSD without delay.
I'll take advantage of that offline, online,
Sure.
Formal, informal, whichever way you want to do it, but I think the facts are not clear.
Okay.
I think the facts are quite clear that we could pause the GBSD and be secure with the Minuteman III as it is life extended over that period of time. And there's $37 billion available there. Could you describe the Pacific Initiative? War games were mentioned many times here. The question I want to raise is, can we sustain the fight in the Pacific? Do we have the necessary transport?
So from a military standpoint, can we sustain a fight in the Pacific against China? And I think what we're talking about is a war against China. I think a war against China would be an enormously expensive undertaking in terms of all measures, and I would be concerned about the ability to sustain a long-term conflict. The idea, though, is to deter conflict and to keep great power competition at competition and not get it into conflict. But if we had a war with China, sustaining a fight would be a significant challenge. There's no question about it.
I would just add on there, sir, that we would look to prosecute that fight in a much different fashion. And I know that you've worked your way through all of this, distributed, resilient capabilities, 5 domains, and so it's a different look.
The gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Hartzler is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. Secretary Austin, our aircraft carriers are in high demand, and I understand that you're having to make difficult decisions about where to send them. Already this year, 2 carriers have undertaken double pump deployments. That means the service lives on our tactical aviation aircraft are being drawn down even more rapidly than previously planned. The Navy currently has a strike fighter shortfall of 49 aircraft. Despite this, the budget request has proposed to shift procurement dollars from building the new Block 3 Super Hornets into development of the next generation replacement aircraft, which is not slated to have initial operating capability until the 2030s. So taken into consideration the operations tempo of our carrier fleet demanded by our security environment, the strike fighter shortfall, possible attrition of aircraft, F-35C costs, and the likelihood of the next generation air dominance schedule could continue to slip to the right, are you concerned about having sufficient tactical aviation fleet to deter and respond to China in the near term?
Short answer is I believe that we'll have, if we stay on pace and invest in the things that we want to invest in, we'll have the right capabilities to match our strategy going forward and support our operating concepts. Again, I think that you have to make decisions to invest in future capabilities, as we discussed this morning, and we've worked with the services very closely and carefully to identify what those requirements are.
I think it provides too much operational risk in the near term, and we need to re-examine that. And I'm going to be working to try to get some more F-18s in this year's budget, because I believe there's too much a shortfall that we have right there. But I want to change topics and just say how much I appreciate our men and women in uniform, and I believe that they're absolute heroes. They should be respected and encouraged in every way, and I'm very concerned about the recent order that you have conducted regarding looking at so-called extremism, and I have sent you 2 letters, Mr. Secretary, asking for the definition of what the Department of Defense views as extremism, and have not heard back from you yet. And so could you just share with me, does the Department of Defense have a clear definition of extremism?
A couple of comments on this issue. First of all, I think you've heard me say that on a number of occasions that I believe that 99.9% of our troops are focused on the right things, embracing the right values each and every day. Small numbers of people can in this area can have outsized impact on our organization. And so we want to make sure that we're providing the right climate, the right environment for our troops to work and live in. We are focused on extremist behavior, not what people think or political ideas or religious ideas, but extremist behavior.
So do you have a definition of what extremism is and what that behavior is?
Again, we're focused on behavior.
Well, you had a stand down, and you had a pause over the entire military for an entire day to do training, to talk about this, and you don't have a definition yet of what the purpose was and what extremism is?
The purpose was to help to have a discussion with our troops and our leaders on the issue of extremism. Okay. And that was very productive. And again, we were focused on those behaviors that that are not in congruence with our values in the military.
Okay. And you have ordered that there be this commission and have a review, and I guess I just want a little more information. You're setting up and proposing a new screening capability, ongoing continuous vetting of our men and women in uniform. You're going to develop a policy to expand user activity. So what specifically would you be screening for? So if you set up this screening of our military members, what are you screening for?
Our screening is focused on screening those applicants that are coming into the military. We want to make sure that we're bringing in the right type of people, quality of people.
So if someone says that they're for President Trump, would that be viewed as extremism?
As I said earlier, this is not about politics. I want our troops to participate in our political system. Well, that's what they're fighting to defend. But I will also say that we will continue to be a diverse and inclusive organization. And that's what the United States military is all about.
So I would just encourage us not to infringe on our liberties.
I'm sorry, but time has expired. Ms. Spears recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To both of you, thank you so much for your outreach. I want to say to you, Secretary Austin, we talked some months ago. You're a man of your word. And excuse me, I am deeply grateful for the statement you put out yesterday. You are creating a profound transformation in the military as we address sexual assault and sexual harassment. So thank you. I want to ask you, I'm deeply concerned about the suicide rate in the military right now. There have been 10 suicides in Alaska already this year. There was a 30% increase in suicides last year over the year before. And I would like to recommend to you, much like you did with sexual assault and sexual harassment, is to stand up a commission to look at what we should be doing to address this, I think, frightening situation. But that won't be my question. I want to ask you about the climate surveys. We spent a lot of time, a lot of money on climate surveys. And what we found out in the Fort Hood Independent Review Committee was that they were not even looked at. So what steps are you taking moving forward to make sure not only are the commanders on the ground there looking at these climate surveys each year, but that those above them, the senior leadership, is looking at them as well?
Well, first of all, let me thank you personally and thank the committee as well for all that you have done to remain focused on the issue of sexual assault, sexual harassment, and the resources that you continue to provide to make sure that we don't lose focus. We truly appreciate your support. The survivors appreciate your commitment, and the troops in our ranks appreciate that as well. And we will get this in the right place. And it will require a lot of hard work, a lot of commitment and dedication, and it will require resources. And so I would ask that you continue to support us as we take this on. Could you repeat the last part of the question there? I kind of lost.
Climate surveys.
Oh, climate surveys, yeah. So one of the things that the Independent Review Commission recommended to us is that we take a harder look at what we're doing with climate surveys, that they be current, that the leadership pay attention to what's going on with them, and that we refine the surveys to make sure that we're asking the right questions in the surveys. And so we'll remain cited on this, and I would agree with you. They only work if you use the information that's in them.
If I could make a comment, Congressman, the
Yes,
climate
absolutely.
surveys need to be reviewed by the commanders at least 2 levels up. Previously, years gone by, Fort Hood as an example, they weren't. There were reasons for that because we thought it was best to be used only by the commander, give free and open feedback to the commander, and then they would take appropriate action. That didn't work, so now what we need to do is shift gears and make sure those climate surveys are personally reviewed by commanders at least 2 levels up on all their subordinates.
And you're going to do that at all installations, correct?
Everywhere, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force, at all echelons.
So, General, let me ask you about op-tempo. We had a conversation just earlier this week about it. It appears that the op-tempo has really had a profound effect on our service members. I think it's starting to impact retention. And as I mentioned to you at the time, one of the spouses at one of our installations had said to me that she was concerned every night when she came home because she was afraid she was going to see her husband hanging in the shower. What steps are we taking to make sure that the training we do is necessary and appropriate? General Milley?
The training of units is a commander's responsibility. And again, 2 levels up, commanders routinely develop their training plans, back brief them, and get them approved. And they are tied directly to war plans to ensure that the training is focused on the readiness and the capability of the force to execute those tasks for which they're required in accordance with the various war plans. So it's a very focused level of effort, has been for years, and they still are. The broader question is op-tempo. And op-tempo is directly related to the size of the force. As the op-tempo came down from the peak of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, so did the size of the force. So the relative op-tempo in any given unit, especially Special Operations Forces, which was mentioned earlier, still remains high. It's a big concern. It impacts all kinds of things, to include suicides. So that's the key metric, is the op tempo on a given
Again,
course and a
I'm
given
sorry, the
individual. Sorry.
generalized time has expired. We will get one more in, and then we're going to take our break. So Mr. Scott is recognized, and when he is done, we'll take a brief break. Mr. Scott is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, I want you to know I support coming out of Afghanistan. One of the things that is on, I think, every member of this committee's mind is what's going to happen with special access visas for our interpreters. And while I don't expect you to necessarily speak in this setting about that, I do hope that there's progress in the right direction with regard to the special access visas, and I do hope that it's just got to be done. And one other thing that I would mention is with regard to our troops, I do think that we should look at making internet service similar to water on basis for our troops. Just make internet service a basic utility. It does not sound like that big of a deal, but if we're able to save our troops $50 or $60 or $70 a month, whatever they're having to pay for that internet access, it makes a big difference to, especially to our younger enlisted corps. One other comment would be, after spending time with some of your ODA teams in Africa, this is not a DoD mission, but I do think it would be a State Department mission or perhaps another State Department's mission, the French State Department potentially. But when we bring these troops in and we have them for 24 months and they come in with an 8th grade education, I do not think they should leave with an 8th grade education. I think that while we're training them to fight, when we've got them 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, we need to have somebody trying to educate those troops so that we haven't simply trained them to fight and released them back on the street. And potentially turn it into the foes of the future, if you will. Those are just a couple of things I wanted to mention before I hit on a specific weapon system. And Secretary Austin, General Brown, and I have met at Robins Air Force Base. I know that you have called for the President has asked for the drawdown of 4 of the JSTAR aircraft from the 116th. I support this retirement, given the commitment to Robins Air Force Base and the ABMS mission. I do have concerns about the ground moving target indication capability, and are you convinced that the Air Force can provide the GMTI capabilities with the existing fleet?
I am convinced that the Air Force continues to upgrade and modernize its fleet of sensors to ensure that we have the capabilities that we'll need going forward. And I'm also, sir, very encouraged to know that General Brown has worked with you in terms of what the future is for that base and other capabilities in the fleet there. So.
Well, I would like to invite both of you to Robins Air Force Base to review the ABMS mission and the good work that's going on down there. A lot of good things are happening. General Milley, I mean, we've all talked about China a little bit. This spring, the Southcom Commander, Admiral Fowler, told our committee that our interagency partners in the United States pointed out that Chinese money laundering is the #1 underwriting source for transnational criminal organizations. This is in, obviously, Central and South America. Our AFRICOM commander, General Townsend, testified that illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing by the Chinese Communist Party is the primary contributor to a growing food crisis that will further drive instability in West Africa. So my question is, how do we counter this ongoing malign activity from China around the world? And what are our partners that share our interests and our values doing to help us combat that malign activity?
The issue of China, obviously, is not just a Western Pacific issue. It's a global issue. China's a massive economy. They're developing a first-rate military, and they are expanding their missions and aspirations globally, not just regionally. That includes South America, as Admiral Fowler said, and Africa and elsewhere. And we are working closely with our allies and partners in all of those regions to counter any sort of great power competition that they have in mind in each of those regions. So we're doing that as we speak with all of the countries of our allies and partners. That network of allies and partners around the world is one of the single most important things we can do as a nation, is to maintain it, keep it robust, and that will help in this competition with respect to China.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time and your service. I'm extremely concerned that China is becoming much more aggressive, not just with regard to the military
Gentleman's
buildup,
time
but with
has
the
expired.
treatment of the other people of the country.
And with that, we will take a brief recess. My goal is to reconvene at 11:45, and when we do, Mr. Norcross is up. So we'll take a brief recess, and we'll be back shortly. We will reconvene as soon as everyone can get back to their places here, which will take just a few seconds, and we'll start back up again. I will remind members at 2 o'clock, the Secretary has a hard stop. We'll do our best to get as many people in between now and then, but we will stop at 2 o'clock. All right. I believe we're reconvened, and with that, I will, if we can get someone to shut that door, then we will call on Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and to Secretary Austin, General Milley, thank you for your service. Very much appreciate you coming by today. A number of issues that have been illuminated over the past year, particularly with the pandemic, is our industrial base. Certainly to all those who continue to work during the pandemic, incredibly helpful for us and our country to continue to move. But one thing it has done is really illuminate some of the problems that we're having with our industrial base and the supply chain. As the chairman mentioned, we have the task force on critical supply chain that has pointed out a number of issues, whether it's semiconductors, rare earth, propellants, explosives. But one of the things that was somewhat of a surprise to the committee was the workforce. And that goes hand in glove with the industrial base. What is the department doing or plan on doing for these supply chains to get more visibility so we don't get caught shorthanded on some of the surprises that were put upon us during the pandemic?
Well, thank you, sir. And let me say up front that I absolutely agree with you that, making sure that we have sound and protected supply chains is critical. Supply chain vulnerability winds up being a national security vulnerability. I certainly appreciate the President's leadership in this as he has emphasized this over and over again. In this budget, you'll see that we're investing $341 million to partner with U.S. companies to make sure that we're doing our part to boost defense industrial base activity and onshore some of the supply chain activities that have been offshored in the past.
Well, thank you for that, because obviously we have trusted partners that we care very much about, but I think we can move from the 55% where we are incrementally and predictably so that that supply chain becomes more secure. And that brings me to my second question, in particular about the Navy's long-term aircraft inventory plan. We have in this year's President's budget, the FA-18E and F jets that have previously been focused on. The loss of a critical supply chain in those F-18s is very much in question, not only for what we need in terms of our tactical force, but the minimum sustaining rates. Can you talk about the issue with the F-18, why we are dropping back on that and the problems it might cause?
What I can say, sir, is that we continue to invest in those capabilities and technologies that we think will be relevant in the future, and make sure that we have sufficient lifespan in those capabilities going forward. So, and it calls for us to make trade-offs. And so, as we invest in one type of aircraft or capability, we'll have to either divest of some current capability or not reinvest in that capability. So.
No, incredibly important, but it's also keeping that industrial base alive, which we all agree with that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Desjardins is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Milley and Secretary Austin, for your service. I'd like to start with General Milley. We know from Admiral Richards' testimony before the committee that the United Kingdom has reached out and expressed concerns about the United States adopting a no first use or sole purpose policy. I personally heard the same from the Polish ambassador. The French, Japanese, South Koreans have also expressed similar concerns about the U.S. possibility changing its declaratory policy to no first use or sole purpose. Have you heard similar concerns from the allies that adopting a NFU or sole purpose policy would be destabilizing?
I have frequently engaged with allies and partners of both Asia, Europe, all over the place, and that particular issue has not risen of a particular concern with respect to my counterparts that I've dealt with.
Okay. In April, Admiral Richards further testified that the U.S. adoption of no first use policy would remove a level of ambiguity that has deterrence value, and that such a move would have a negative effect on the extended deterrence and assurance to our allies. Would you agree with his assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the President of the United States should always have as many options as possible, and that's my position.
He further told us that available evidence indicates that Russia and China will not view such a shift in U.S. policy as credible. Do you agree with Admiral Richards on that as well?
I have not talked to Admiral Richards on that specific point. I would have to get with the intel community to determine if their assessment was what the view of Russia and China would be on a declaration. But again, maximum options always available to the President is my position.
Okay, so not to beat a dead horse, but in short, the U.S. declaring a sole purpose or NFU policy would be destabilizing, alienate allies, undermine our extended deterrence guarantees, and would have no impact on Russia or China's calculus. So, General Milley, given all this, what's your best military advice as to whether the U.S. should adopt an NFU or sole purpose nuclear declaratory policy?
My view, you're asking for my personal best military advice, is to maintain all options are available to the President of the United States at all times. So I would not recommend making a declaration of no first use. It is a topic for which I think would take away an option for the President. Always maintain options for the President.
Okay. Thank you, General Milley. Secretary Austin, same question to you. Given the corrosive impact that such a change in policy would have on our alliances and extended deterrence guarantees, as well as the minimal impact on Russia and Chinese nuclear calculus, what is your best military advice on change in nuclear declaration policy or to no first use or sole purpose?
I absolutely agree with the chairman that our goal is to provide as many credible options to the President as possible. And I would also say, though, that this is a policy issue and one that the administration will sort out going forward as it does its strategic reviews in the future.
Okay, and Secretary Austin, shifting topics, I would like you to provide, you can have the rest of my time to describe why it is so critical that Congress work to quickly reimburse the National Guard for the over $500 million spent on its mission here at the Capitol earlier this year, and what impact on readiness could result if these funds are not returned in a timely manner.
Yeah, so I'll just make a brief comment, and the chairman might want to comment on this as well. I think you've heard me say before that if we don't resource the Guard, what'll happen is it'll begin to erode readiness. It will disallow them to conduct their training in accordance with the schedules that they should be on. And so this is very, very important to us, and I would encourage you and ask for your help in providing those resources.
And I would add to that, okay. Congressman, I would ditto what the Secretary just said. $500 million in the grand scheme of a $715 billion budget may not seem like a lot, but to the National Guard, that is a lot. So reimbursing them for their efforts, their great efforts. And this is also a year in which the Guard's been doing COVID, they're overseas. There's a very high op tempo in the Guard. So that $500 million is very important. Would like to see it reimbursed for the National Guard in order to maintain their training and their standards.
Okay, duly noted. Thanks to you both. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative. Secretary Austin, earlier this year we discussed our shared interest for strong, consistent civilian oversight of the armed forces. As chairman of the Intelligence Special Operations Subcommittee, I appreciate your commitment to ensure civilian leadership of our Special Operations Forces with the restructuring of the ASD-SOLIC to include resourcing and staffing the office consistent with its oversight responsibilities. Can you please highlight the steps you, alongside Deputy Secretary Hicks, are taking to increase civilian oversight of the SOF community to ensure an agile and lethal force ready for strategic competition, particularly in regards to acquisition and diversity?
Thank you. You may have heard me say earlier that there's a direct reporting chain now to linked to me, and you know, that secretary will sit in on all of my key leader meetings, report to me routinely on the ongoing efforts in the department, and we'll be cited on those service-like requirements and needs for the special operations community.
Thank you, Secretary. More than 18 months ago, 9 combatant commanders articulated an immediate need for intelligence community to help combat the provocative actions of China and Russia in the public domain. The Director of National Intelligence is establishing a malign foreign influence response center that will lead coordination and integration of intelligence related to foreign malign influence. What changes are you directing within the department to help address this urgent requirement?
Well, we've had, the Chairman and I have had, first of all, I do believe that it is an important issue. All of the combatant commanders have identified a need for resourcing to address this issue. You know, as we've talked with the combatant commanders, we want to make sure that that we're synchronized in our efforts and that we're putting the resources in the right place. So this is a thing that we're getting our arms around a little bit better. But I would say up front that we will resource the combatant commanders based upon their requests. But we want to make sure that that we're using those dollars to get best value, and I'm confident that we'll be able to.
Thank you, Secretary. For over 20 years, the SOF community has been focused on anti-terrorism operations in permissive environments, but the growing threat posed by China and Russia underscore the need to pivot our focus to the great power competition. Can you expand on how this budget proposal addresses the need to refocus special operations to combat near-peer adversaries?
Well, I think, you know, you've seen Special Operations Forces first of all, they have incredible capability across the spectrum of activity. Whereas we've been focused on transnational terrorism to a greater extent in the past, they, you know, over the last several years have begun to lean into great power competition, develop capabilities and resources that will be a bit more relevant to that near-peer competition. As you look at what we've invested in, you know, throughout the budget here in terms of the major items, you know, research, development, and technology, you know, long-range fires, lethal air force, that sort of stuff, all of that really kind of contributes to the overall effort there. And the Special Operations Forces is a part of that, obviously, but we're setting the stage to make sure that not only the special ops, but every other element on the battlefield can be effective. And again, we're emphasizing that this is competition across all domains and not just land, air, and sea.
Could I just add something, Congressman Gallegos, if I could?
Go ahead, General.
Training is the key here. SOCOM's reorienting the training of the special operations community for a higher-end fight against China and all of the core fundamental tasks of unconventional war, strategic reconnaissance, and the entire list of core tasks. And it's really got to do with training and getting them aligned with the various war plans against the pacing threat of China.
Thank you. General, remaining time that we have, last year, Congress appropriated $169 million to the Baltic Security Initiative to increase military aid and cooperation with the Baltics. Do you have an update on how the department is spending this money? General Milley or Secretary Austin?
Yeah, with respect to the Baltics,
yep.
We are doing exercises. We are doing, back to Special Operations Forces, there's a lot of Special Operations things going on in there. There's train, advise, assist with them, and we are, as part of the European Defense Initiative, part of that is exercising in the Baltics. So under the purview of EUCOM, all of that is happening, so that's where that money's going.
And the President just recently met with the 3 key senior leaders of the Baltics there in Brussels in the margins of the summit, a NATO summit there. So.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, General. And I now recognize Ranking Member to the ISO Subcommittee, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to kind of double tap what I think Mr. Desjardins said, Dr. Desjardins. It's important that we get those dollars back to the Guard and Reserve so that they don't miss drills. You know, we have our 155 BCT out of Mississippi that has done COVID response. We put shots in arms. We've been the logistical backbone for our entire state. They're at NTC in a rotation right now, and then those guys and girls are going to come back, and we're going to tell them in August or September, we can't pay you for drill, so stay home, and we're going to lose that readiness that we've been building. So please help us get those dollars back to the Guard and Reserve.
You have my commitment that we will advocate when and wherever possible. And just to dovetail on what you just said there, I am absolutely proud of what our Guard has done over the last year especially. And they have been a significant factor in our ability to begin to bend the curve with respect to COVID. And now we're entering the firefighting season and the hurricane season.
Absolutely.
And so they will continue to be busy.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now I want to talk a little bit about TRICARE, and having been through this process myself, we have Guard and Reserve, which don't have TRICARE except when they're deployed or there's a cost associated with it, which is greater. You have certain members, federal technicians, which are not allowed to get TRICARE. It is very difficult going on and off of deployments, especially as much as we're being used, and not having continuity of health care. You agree that the primary readiness issue for Guard and Reserve is having health issues, whether it's teeth issues, dental, or other. What are we doing in the DOD to make sure that we have continuity of health care for our Guard and Reserve, whether traditional or full-time?
The health, welfare, and safety of our force is of utmost importance to me, and I thank you for the question. And I would welcome any initiative that enables us to provide better health care, more efficient health care to all the components of our service. The issue always is resources. And so, you know, as you know, currently we're only resourced to do a certain amount, and I agree all the members of our armed forces are important. And if we make a decision that we're going to expand services, certainly we'll need to be resourced to do so.
Thank you. Now I want to get on to the next one. ISO, the Intel, our special operations, the budget in FY21 was cut $495 million. Is the proposed cut this year, or it was $600 million cut from FY20 and 21, $495 million this year. They're having to do more with less. As we shift to China and Russia and our near-peer adversaries, we still have to do the work that our special operators so often do, and many times they're the only people who can do that. What are we doing to make sure that we have them ready to be in places like Africa, the Middle East, and those things with these budget cuts? We're resourcing them less, but in reality, we're asking them to do more with less. Do you agree, Secretary Austin?
Well, I think when we look at the entire picture, you know, we are retrograding from Afghanistan as we speak, and that will create some opportunities for us to shift some resources around. But to your point, Special Operations Forces, there's always high demand, and there's a very low density of these elements, and we'll need to make sure that they have the resources they need to be successful. So we'll continue to work that.
And Secretary, I'm sorry, Chairman Milley, I'm sorry. I traveled recently to the Middle East and Africa, and in the Middle East specifically, and as we're coming out of Afghanistan, we still have CENTCOM. So I understand we'll have less resources. Many of our allies and partners in the region like our presence there. So can you tell me what are we doing to build the confidence in our allies and partners in the Middle East, in Europe, in Africa, that we're still going to be there as a great partner, even though we're coming out of Afghanistan? Because we've got some work, I think, with our allies and partners to do there. So, Chairman Milley, if you can address that, please.
Well, let me give you, in the interest of time, Congressman, let me give you an answer for the record with some details of what we're doing. But in general, For the CENTCOM AOR, the Middle East is important to the United States. It's going to be important to us in the future. We are looking at, under the direction of Secretary Austin, an entire global posture review. We have a lot of work left to do that, to back brief the Secretary on that. But exercises, forward presence, bases, all of those things, and working closely with our allies and partners in all of the regions you just mentioned. And I owe you an answer in writing on that.
Absolutely. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Moulton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Secretary Austin and Chairman Milley, thank you for your lifetimes of service and leadership to our country. As we withdraw from Afghanistan, we have not seen an operational plan to save our brave Afghan partners and allies. Now, I recognize that the Trump administration left you with no plans and an even earlier withdrawal date, not to mention that Trump's policy of banning Muslim immigrants would probably have led him to abandon our allies in Afghanistan the same way he abandoned our allies in Syria. Nonetheless, all of this now falls on this administration. We have 80 days until our formal withdrawal date. It takes 800 days or more to process a special immigrant visa. So it's too late for the special immigrant visa process. Secretary Austin, why have you not started an evacuation yet?
Well, thanks for the question, and let me say up front that, and I know this is a topic that's near and dear to a number of people in this room who have served alongside some of the interpreters and people who have helped us in the past, and so this is important to all of us. We are working with the Department of State, who has the lead on this, along with DHS, as one part of a whole of government effort to address this issue. We are encouraging to move as quickly as we can, and we stand ready to provide resources to accelerate this if it's possible, and it is possible. And in some cases, they've shortened the timeline from application to completion there. There are a number of people in the pipeline. I am confident that we'll begin to evacuate some of those people soon. But again, I would defer to Secretary Blinken to really outline what the
Mr. Secretary, I don't need to tell you this, but these brave Afghan partners, these Afghan and American heroes, people who we asked to risk their lives not just for Afghanistan, but for America because we had their backs. Their future is in your hands. And this much is certain. The Taliban will kill them if they can. And they will rape and murder their wives and kids first if they can. Chairman Milley, if the service chiefs were ordered to evacuate our Afghan allies today, is there a plan in place to get that started immediately?
We have the military capability to do whatever is directed by the President of the United States with respect to our allies and those that have worked with us. And I consider it a moral imperative to take care of those that have served along our side. We are prepared to execute whatever we are directed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Changing subjects, Secretary Austin, last week General Brown highlighted the importance of suicide prevention in his opening statement and then committed to supporting the Brandon Act later in the hearing, a bill that I introduced last week to provide service members a mechanism to seek mental health support if they are contemplating suicide. However, we've received pushback from other elements within DoD on the Brandon Act, but no alternative suggestion for how we can tackle this epidemic. Are you personally comfortable with how DoD is managing suicide prevention, given that we have lost more service members to suicide last year than we did in combat? And are you prepared to support efforts like the Brandon Act or present a better alternative to address this?
I think this is a very important issue, and I am prepared to do whatever it takes to improve in this area. This is something that I have personally been swinging at for a long time as a part of one of the senior leaders of the military, and try as we may, we've not made the progress that we need to make. there's a stigma associated with seeking help, seeking mental health care, and we got to do more to relieve that or to remove that stigma. We got to do more to provide adequate health care to our troops. So the answer to your question is, you have my commitment that I will continue to work this, and I would tell you right now that our service chiefs are absolutely focused on this, and we'll work with the greater community writ large to get best practices and lessons learned so that we can get better at this.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Grateful for your leadership, and I yield back.
Mr. Gallagher is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Milley, last week in front of this committee, both the CNO and the Commandant, General Berger, concurred with Admiral Davidson's assessment that we have a growing risk of a PLA invasion of Taiwan within the next 6 years, which is an alarming timeline. My understanding, is that you've sort of publicly disagreed with that timeline. I'd be curious to get your alternative assessment and the justification for it. But, I mean, would you agree with just the basic idea that the PLA's capability is growing, that the unification of Taiwan with the mainland is a legacy issue for General Secretary Xi, and that this creates problems for our deterrent posture in Indo-PACOM?
Yeah, so what Davidson and Aquilino and others have said is that Chinese capability to invade and seize the island of Taiwan is being accelerated to 2027, 6 years from now. I don't dismiss that at all. What I said was near term. In my definition, that's 1 to 2 years. I don't see China. They could make decisions, whatever they want to do, but I don't see it happening right out of the blue. There's no reason for it, and the cost to China far exceeds the benefit. And President Xi and his military would do the calculation, and they know that an invasion, in order to seize an island that big with that many people and the defensive capabilities that Taiwanese have, would be extraordinarily complicated and costly. And at this point in time, near term, next 12, 24 months, I'm not seeing the indicators and warnings yet. Could it happen 6 years from now, 8 years from now, 10 years, 20? Sure, a lot of things can happen. The Chinese are clearly building capability. There's no question about that. They've been doing it for quite a while, and we're monitoring it very closely. And that gets back to this budget. We need to continue to get this budget through, get it done on time in order for us to keep pace with the Chinese and stay ahead of them. We want overmatch in order to deter a great power war and stay at great power competition.
Recognizing there are limitations to the format we're in right now, just given your position and the time you spent interacting with your counterparts in the region, is your and understanding that that to some extent the intentions of Xi himself and the party in general are unknowable, and a lot of things could change in the environment. What is your basic sense of the priority that the CCP and the PLA put on Taiwan, and to what extent, as I said before, it's bound up in Xi's personal legacy?
I think both are true. I think the issue of Taiwan and the unification of Taiwan with mainland China, I think that is a core, I said it before in previous testimony, CORE, a core national security interest of China. And it's also a core national security interest of the United States to ensure that whatever happens with respect to Taiwan happens peacefully, and we don't have a general conflict in the region or globally. So we support, with the Taiwan Relations Act, et cetera, for a peaceful resolution of the issue between Taiwan and China.
And I completely agree with the sentiment you just expressed about, and I think it's a shared goal on this committee of deterring such a conflict as one of our core priorities, because it would be messy indeed. Which is why earlier this year, Indo-PACOM submitted to Congress a detailed request for exercise funds, training ranges, military construction, munitions, defensive Guam systems. But the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, as requested by the department in this budget, consisted of non-Indo-PACOM specific list of procurement items, including a destroyer, some jet fighters, a logistics ship. What caused the difference between the two versions of PDI? Why were so many of the top needs identified in the Section 1251 report, that's Indo-PACOM's report, mostly or completely unfunded in the budget request?
Good.
Secretary.
Yeah, so our intent is to realize the intent of Congress and resource PDI in accordance with what's been laid out. I think there are some miscommunications in terms of how things were been. We're working with the committees to try to clarify that now, and we'll continue to do so. But the intent is to make sure that we follow along with Congress's intent with the PDI.
And then, I mean, in my remaining 25 seconds, I'm tempted to ask Mr. McCord a question only because he's gotten off easy.
Do it.
I think you should.
But I don't have enough time for my Army end strength question for the chairman. So instead, I will yield back my 12 seconds and hope that somebody gets Mr. McCord on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Carbajal is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCord, kidding. I want to thank you all for being here today. Let me start with Secretary Austin. I want to start by asking you about the Department of Defense audit and financial accountability. Congress robustly funds the DoD in order to defend the nation and deter conflict. We also have a responsibility to our constituents to conduct oversight and ensure that the funds are obligated effectively and responsibly. How important is the ongoing audit to your work as Secretary, and how is the department using the results of the audit to impact the budget process?
It's not only important; it's critical, and we've made progress, a lot of progress since I was last affiliated with the department. There's still work to be done, and we will move out on this as expeditiously as possible and deliberately as possible to ensure that we get a clean audit at some point going forward, as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Secretary Austin, in the previous administration, one of my key concerns with the department was the lack of transparency to Congress in decision-making processes. For example, many here in this committee were left with more questions than answers when the department announced its decision to select Redstone Arsenal in Alabama as the permanent headquarters for U.S. Spacecom. Looking forward, I hope you will commit to this committee that the department will be transparent in its decision making so Congress and the public have full confidence that decisions are made objectively and in the best interest of our national security. With that, I'm closely following the upcoming basing decision process for the Space Force's STARCOM headquarters, as I believe Vandenberg Space Force Base will be an ideal location to be the future home for the Training and Readiness Command. I know this process will be led by the Department of the Air Force, but I believe leadership starts at the top, and I urge you to work with the Air Force to ensure a transparent and fair process. That was more so of a statement than a question, but I'd love to get your reaction to that.
Yeah, so in the first instance, you know that that issue is under investigation by the IG, and there's also a GAO look ongoing as well, so I won't have any comment on that for you. I will say that my commitment to you is that we will remain as transparent as possible on this and other issues going forward, and I will require that the services do the same. So.
Thank you. And just to conclude on that point, it was pretty much a bipartisan sentiment about the transparency and the need for more information about that. So I'm glad the investigation is ensuing. Lastly, Secretary Austin and General Milley, this committee has been focused on addressing extremism in the ranks. I appreciate the tone and the direction that I have seen and heard from the service chiefs and civilian leaders. But clearly more needs to be done to take that message at the top and ensure it is received throughout the ranks. How does this budget make necessary investments in initiatives that seek to address extremism and also promote diversity?
Well, there are provisions in the budget that resource us to continue our efforts there to make sure that we have the right staffing and that sort of business to provide oversight. But this is accounted for in our budget. So.
General Milley?
Yeah, I agree it's accounted for in the budget. Let me make a broader comment on extremism. The United States military is committed to the idea that it's America, and it's embedded within our Constitution. and we are sworn at the risk of our life, our limb, separation from our family to defend that Constitution no matter what. And there is no room in uniform for anyone who doesn't subscribe to the values of the United States of America. And I know we're going through a work groups, defining extremism, checking out our Department of Defense instructions, et cetera. But from private to general, there's no room for extremist behavior in the United States military.
Thank you, General. With that, I'll yield back. Mr. McCord escaped again.
Mr. Gates is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, why was Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Lohmeyer relieved of his command?
It was a decision made by his chain of command, and typically those decisions are made based upon either having confidence or a lack of confidence. This issue is under investigation by the IG, and so I won't comment any further on that.
In my previous discussions with service members and particularly officers, I would hear about complaints over parts not arriving on time, long deployments, and in my more recent discussions with those officers, the #1 issue that they raised to me with concern, often unable to speak publicly for fear of the type of retribution that Lieutenant Colonel Lohmeyer faced, they say that your stand down regarding extremism did not help our military, it hurt the military. And I want to share with you that perspective, that it caused service members to otherize one another, it impaired group cohesion, and interesting to me is that I've heard those sentiments most frequently from units that are majority-minority, that this was not particularly helpful. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to maybe share with us more specificity regarding the definitions that seem to be a challenge when Ms. Hartzler was asking questions. How should the Department of Defense think about critical race theory?
Could I make a comment, Secretary? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm very limited on my time, General Milley.
Well, I just want to make a comment. The feedback
well, I know, but
I've gotten
I've asked the question to Secretary Austin.
I don't know what the issue of critical race theory is and what the relevance here with the department. We do not teach critical race theory. We don't embrace critical race theory, and I think that's a spurious conversation. And so we are focused on extremist behaviors, and not ideology, not people's thoughts, not people's political orientation. Behaviors is what we're focused on. And one final point, and thanks for your anecdotal input, but I would say that I have gotten 10 times that amount of input, 50 times that amount of input on the other side that have said, hey, we're glad to have had the ability to have a conversation with ourselves and with our leadership. And that's what we need to make sure
again,
that we remain
reclaiming my
a
time,
cohesive
Mr. Secretary,
organization.
it may be that you're receiving that input in the ratios you describe because it was your directive. It may be that people are concerned about criticizing your decision because Lieutenant Colonel Lohmeyer was not relieved of his command for his actions. He was not relieved of his command because of poor performance regarding his duties. He was relieved of his command precisely because of his thoughts and because of his critique of critical race theory. It is particularly helpful that you have said that the Department of Defense does not embrace critical race theory and that you think the discussion is not appropriate. I would suggest that it is the ideology that is not appropriate, and it is particularly concerning to me that you have hired a critical race theorist to give you advice on personnel matters, and that person is Bishop Garrison. And I would particularly observe that on July 27, 2019, Bishop Garrison tweeted regarding former President Trump, he's dragging a lot of bad actors out into the sunlight, normalizing their actions. And here's the relevant part. If you support the president, you support that. There is no room for nuance in this. There is no more, but I'm not like that talk. And then he replies to his own tweet with what seems to be a very ethno-nationalist hashtag, hashtag Black44. Could you enlighten us as to what advice Mr. Garrison has given you, and are you concerned that while you testify publicly to our committee that the department doesn't embrace critical race theory, you have hired someone who is precisely a critical race theorist?
This is the first I've ever heard Mr. Garrison be described as a critical race theorist, so this is new. And,
Did
and
you,
I'm sure
did you
that
review
he
his
would.
tweets before you hired him, personally?
Pardon me?
Did you review his tweets before you hired him?
I did not personally review his tweets.
I would just ask that maybe that be helpful. Is there anything you can share in just these final seconds regarding any advice he's given you?
Let me just share one other thing that you brought up, Congressman, about the input that comes to me. You know, I trust my leadership from top to bottom that they will give me fair and balanced and unvarnished input. And for you to say that people are telling me what they want to what I want to hear, I get it, but I'm smart enough to know
that does happen.
Yeah. You know, maybe they're telling you what you want to hear.
Well, I don't know that they even know what I want
Gentleman's
to hear.
time has expired. Mr. Brown is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have only 5 minutes and 2 questions, so at the midway mark, I may interrupt the response to the first question. Mr. Secretary, 2 years after President Truman desegregated the armed forces, a commission, it was the Fahey Commission, found, and I quote, that a policy of equality of a treatment and opportunity will make for a better Army, Navy, and Air Force. It is right and just. It will strengthen the nation, end of quote. Today, while 19% of active duty service members are black, only 2 4-star generals and admirals are black, and there is a significant underrepresentation by race and gender, I should add, in those career fields that experience higher promotion rates to senior ranks. To address this problem, last year, bipartisan, this Congress required the Secretary, and today that's you, to establish a mentor and career counseling program. I recently requested information from the Undersecretary for Personnel and Readiness on the program status. I found the response wanting. So the question is, how are you implementing the provisions of that program, and why are diversity and inclusion initiatives such as those important to the department?
Just one comment up front on the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I would point out to you, Congressman, something that you already know, and that the United States military is the most diverse organization in this country. It represents citizens from all walks of life, all ethnicities, and it is truly a diverse organization. I would absolutely agree with you that the senior leadership should look like those people those troops that are in the ranks. And a troop ought to be able to look up and say, I can be a senior person. I can be that man or that woman at the top of the totem pole or top of the pecking order at some point in time. It has provided some of the best opportunities for our young citizens of any organization in America. In terms of mentorship, your specific question, I absolutely believe in the power of mentorship and embrace that. And we need to do better. And you have my commitment that we will do better. And so we stand ready to work with you and answer any additional questions that you have.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary, so we'll follow up. But I do want to get to the second question. And the Fahey Commission talked about treatment, not just opportunity. So I'm very concerned about the disparate racial treatment that minority service members are experiencing under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. A May 2019 GAO study that this Congress directed found that black service members across all services more than 1.5 times likely to be tried by court-martial for the same conduct as white service members. It's clear there is a general failure on the part of commanders in exercising their broad discretion to refer cases to court-martial. My questions are, why are the commanders woefully failing our black service members who enlist at higher rates than any other demographic group in our country? And how do we fix the system so that there is truly equal justice under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which does not exist today? That's my question. Thank you.
Well, Congressman, thanks for flagging a question there. This is an important issue, and I think one that requires more and detailed study. I would just say that the point that I made earlier in terms of making sure that we have the right representation in senior ranks is very, very important and contributes to making this issue better or improving this issue.
And I'm going to follow up and sort of make a comment and pick up on that point. There is a correlation, I believe,
between the lack of diversity in senior leadership in command positions and the disproportionately high rate of court-martial of black and brown service members. Racial bias exists not only in the criminal justice system, as we've experienced and seen for decades and brought to greater public attention after the murder of George Floyd, but that same racial bias exists in the military justice system. So these are two related questions. We need to focus on diversity, but we need to immediately get after the disparate treatment under the UCMJ. That we can fix now. That we can fix now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Bacon is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate our chairman and our secretary. I appreciate your leadership, and I appreciate the journey that you've taken to get here. And also, Mr. McCord, thanks for being here. I do got a couple of comments for the record, just criticisms of the administration, and then I want to talk about the Air Force budget. But first, I'll just talk about China being a pacing threat, a rising superpower, a Navy's matching ours in an imminent time frame. But then you look at the actual budget. After inflation, it's a reduction. Our words do not match our actions here, and I think China sees it. I think the world budget that was even with inflation, but yet we're seeing a reduction. Secondly, I personally oppose taking the prosecution authority away from the commander. I was a 5-time commander myself in the Air Force. I think the change will now create 2 chains of command at the unit level, undermines the principle that we cherish, which is unity of command. And I think this is going to open up frictions and tensions within the unit and who's actually in charge. A third point of criticism is we've had several months now where the administration should have come up with an evacuation plan for our interpreters. We have 18,000 roughly, and there is no concrete plan that I know of. It's unconscionable. We've had time to work through this. Talking about it's not a plan. And so I know this falls in the Secretary of State or the State Department, so it's a criticism toward the administration versus you two. But our country owes better to these 18,000. In my view, they will be targeted. So my real first question, though, gets to the Air Force budget. I think it's important that our defense budgets are accurate and transparent, but that's not really the case with the Air Force budget. The Air Force budget submitted by the administration is $212 billion, but $39 billion of it, or 18%, doesn't actually go to the Air Force. It gets passed through to other organizations. When you factor it in, the Air Force budget is really only $173 billion, and the other services have about a 1% pass-through, by the way, versus 18% for the Air Force. I just think it's misleading. Most people in Congress and most people, our citizens, think it's about a third for the services. So last NDAA, we tasked the department to come up with a better way. Could you give us an update on your thinking on this and what we can do? Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, I'll take this for the record because we do owe you an answer in terms of the progress that we've made or how we've approached this. But I just want to say that I would absolutely agree with you that while we can't be fully transparent on some of these issues, we need to make sure that the Air Force budget is represented in the appropriate way.
Thank you. I appreciate your sentiments there. My second question is with the electronic magnetic spectrum operations. In the 19 NDAA, we directed the department to update its strategy here and provide a detailed implementation plan. So in 2020, the department did come out with a strategy, but we've not yet seen an implementation plan. Could you give us an update on where we're at with that?
You may have heard me say before, Congressman, that our Vice Chairman is leading the effort along with the Deputy Secretary to make sure that we lay out an implementation plan and that we supervise the implementation of the plan. This is very important. It becomes increasingly important as we look towards competition with a great power. We can expect much more contested airspace and much greater pressure on the electromagnetic spectrum. We saw, and you know this because you've been there, we experienced some significant issues early on in Iraq and Afghanistan trying to manage that spectrum and make sure that each service had the capabilities they need. It'll be increasingly difficult going forward. But the vice chairman is honcho in that.
And I think the vice chairman's doing a great job, and I applaud the effort. I do hope, though, in the end, we have somebody at the 1-star or 2-star level that owns this in the future, because as you know, at the 4-star level, they're doing 100 different things. So I just put that in for your consideration. Finally, to the chairman, I only got about 30 seconds left. What are some tangible things we can do to strengthen deterrence for Taiwan? Like what kind of weapons can we sell them or provide them? Thank you.
Again, I'll take that one for the record, but briefly, you're talking about air power, counter-air power, so that they can have some dominance or air superiority over their own airspace. Ballistic missile defense would be key. And then their abilities to defend on the ground and conduct combined arms maneuver against an invading force. Those would be things that would be in Taiwan's interest. I'll give you a more complete answer.
Apologize.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Keating is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As someone who was a district attorney for over a decade before I came to Congress, I realized the challenges and complexities of sexual assault cases firsthand. And in fact, I had separate units on the civil side, separate units within my office specializing in prosecution of sexual assaults and with special units for sexual assault on victims' witness advocacy. So I was really pleased to hear the news that you shared this morning with us regarding what's coming forth from the Commission in terms of removing these cases from the military chain of command. Recommendations are one thing, but hearing from both the Secretary of Defense and the Chair of the Joint Chiefs that you support that effort too is so important. So a couple of quick questions in that regard. Number one, what do you mean by removing it from the military chain of command? Number two, General Milley mentioned too, changes in the domestic violence areas, the way they're going to be reviewed. I had a separate unit for that too. So could you tell us what's in store for us on those very important things that were a priority of myself and this committee?
So for those, or first of all, I would point to the issue of this will require resources, and it will require making sure that we outline a path to get to where we need to be so that we're doing this the right way. We are focused on sexual assault, sexual harassment, and related crimes, and you mentioned domestic violence and a couple of other things that are directly related to that. But we would set up a special victims prosecutor, special prosecutor to assess and refer these cases forward. And so the cases would be referred and prosecuted outside of the chain of command.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, would they be investigated outside as well with the civil investigator working with that prosecutor?
They would be investigated by competent authorities, and the investigator would work with the prosecutor. Yes.
Yeah, I would hope those authorities included someone on the civil side too, and someone that would work as a domestic violence advocate too, or a sexual assault, a witness victim advocate. Now, in terms of domestic violence, it is discrete many times from sexual assaults. So, is there anything to share with us this morning on that issue as well?
Yeah, so what we're saying, what we're recommending, what we've already made our recommendation to the Secretary, is to stay narrowly focused on the issue of sexual assault and directly related crimes, such as domestic violence.
Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not.
Well, sometimes they are, sometimes not, but the data shows that there's a strong correlation. So you bin some of these other crimes in it. As far as all other felonies go, we're recommending not to do that, but to stay focused on the sexual assault and immediate related crimes. Take that out of the commander's hands for referral and pre-furl of charges, investigation as well, and put that in the hands. And why are we doing that? Because the data shows that we haven't moved the needle to solve that problem. It's a very significant problem for cohesion of the force, and we've lost the trust and confidence of the lower-ranking troops in it. So, but it's very limited, though, to that set of crimes, because the UCMJ is fundamental to the good order and discipline of the force, and the commander must have that authority because this entire system is built in order to fight in combat, and that's important to remember.
I would like to suggest, too, that you look
more specifically at domestic violence as well.
Yes, sir.
I'm here and I'm joined by many members of this committee to provide the resources and assist you along those lines. I thank you for the news, but we want to see if we can be helpful moving forward. Secondly, we all share the belief, and certainly you two share it more than many Americans, to protect families. They're giving the most precious resources, their children, their parents, or spouses, to defend our country. A BU study just recently out showed that 30,177 either active duty or veterans post 9/11 committed suicide, lost their lives. That's over 4 times the number of similarly situated people that lost it in war operations, lost their lives in war operations. And this committee, through the NDAA, did a GAO study, which I'll follow up with a question. I yield back.
Thanks. And I would like to let members know, if I could take just a moment of personal privilege here, on the sexual assault issue, there is wide bipartisan support and support at DOD and within the administration for the idea that we need to take the prosecution of sexual assault crimes out of the chain of command. Now, that is a recent development. We've been talking about this for 10 years in a variety of different forms. It has been resisted in a variety of different quarters up to this point. But at this point, there is there is still some who oppose, but there are a lot of co-sponsors. But the details are different, and I think that is being lost in this debate. There are some bills that take all non-military felonies out. Then there is the proposal that has come from the commission. There was also a bill, and I know Representative Speer has introduced a new bill this week, but a month or so ago there was a bill that she had introduced that was focused just on sex crimes. Another way to slice this is felonies and misdemeanors. If you go the all-felony route, which was a bill that was introduced this morning in the House and one that was introduced in the Senate, you do miss some sex crimes that are misdemeanors, and you certainly miss a lot of domestic violence that is also misdemeanors. And then there is the subject that Mr. Keating brought up, and that is, well, what about the people investigating it in the first place? Are they still under the chain of command? We need to make this change. I think it is really important that we take a moment to do it right, that we have a conversation with a bunch of different people. I'm not presuming who's right and who's wrong, but this is no longer a question for the overwhelming majority of members in the House and the Senate whether or not this needs to be taken out of the chain of command. It is now a question of how to do that. And that is a debate and discussion that I think this committee needs to take a leadership role in doing. Mr. Rogers.
I'd like to completely associate myself with the chairman's remarks.
Thank you. Mr. Waltz is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to introduce into the record a letter to myself from the Superintendent of West Point, Lieutenant General Williams, that was sent to me in response to my letter regarding the teaching of critical race theory at West Point. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Mr. Secretary, I found that very interesting, your exchange with Mr. Gates on no teachings of critical race theory in the United States military. I want to quote to you a letter I received from the Superintendent of West Point. It says, with regards to critical race theory, there is one course that has this theory as part of the syllabus. There are 2 lessons on critical race theory. There is a book on critical race theory titled Critical Race Theory: An Introduction. On and on and on about the teaching of critical race theory in West Point. I just want to emphasize something. This isn't something that we're raising. This came to me from cadets, from families, from soldiers, with their alarm and their concern at how divisive this type of teaching is that is rooted in Marxism, that classifies people along class lines, an entire race of people as oppressor and oppressed. I cannot think of anything more divisive and more destructive to unit morale. I want to be very clear. The military needs to be open to all Americans. Absolutely. That is the strength of the United States military. But once we're in, we bleed green and our skin color is camouflage. We're worried about that American flag on our shoulder. That's the only thing our enemies are worried about. I think we can agree there. But the other thing that they raised to me was a seminar that over 100 cadets attended titled Understanding Whiteness and White Rage, taught by a woman
who described the Republican Party platform as a platform of white supremacy. This is going on at West Point as we speak to our future military leaders. And sir, I would encourage you, I would demand that you get to the bottom of what is going on in the force, and further, for what it means for civilian oversight of the military when our future military leaders are being taught that the Constitution and the fundamental civilian institutions of this country are endemically racist, misogynist, and colonialist, and therefore it is their duty to resist them. What does that mean for a future cadet who one day will be sitting where you are? And so, do you agree that, will you work with us to, do you agree that critical race theory should or should not be taught in our military academies?
As I said earlier, thanks, Congressman, for the question, and thanks for your continued support. Thanks for your service.
Thank you.
This is not something that that United States military is embracing and pushing and causing people to subscribe to. Now, whether or not this was some sort of critical examination of different theories, I don't know. But
we need to understand our past. I want to be very clear. But can you agree at least that understanding whiteness and white rage presented in ICAL over 100 cadets probably is something that we shouldn't be teaching our future leaders of the United States Army?
As you have described it, it certainly sounds like that's something that should not occur. Again, I would like to know the specifics of the...
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just switching topics to shipyards and our infrastructure. Our shipyards are old, they're small, they can't handle the fleet of today, much less the fleet of tomorrow. We currently have 4 public and less than 20 commercial. The Chinese are approaching 1,000 shipyards. 1 dry dock that can handle the Ford class, not enough for the Virginia class. The Navy has its $21 billion investment plan, but it's over 20 years. Over the next 2 decades, would you welcome additional funding as part of our shipyard modernization? I think it's absolutely critical.
I agree that it's critical, and you know, we not only have to have the right mix of capabilities, we have to be able to sustain and maintain as well. And in this budget, you'll see that we've invested some $830 million in recapitalizing.
I think that is woefully. Chinese are at 1,000. We're at less than 20. And what I'm so disturbed by is we're debating a $1.9 trillion infrastructure plan. The Navy has its shipyard infrastructure improvement plan, so they clearly define shipyards as infrastructure. No mention, not one. Were you consulted by the interagency group that submitted the infrastructure plan whether it is grids, ports, and especially shipyards? Was the Defense Department consulted for its priorities as part of the administration's plan?
Well, certainly I support the administration's plan, and
that will have to be taken for the record. The gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Houlihan is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today. I know my time is very precious, but I would like to yield some of my time to General Milley because I know that he had some comments that he wanted to make when Representative Gates was talking, as well as Mr. Waltz, about a similar subject of the stand down and race theory. Would you like a minute or so to comment on that? Do you remember what your line of questioning or thought was there?
Sure. First of all, on the issue of critical race theory, et cetera, I'll obviously have to get much smarter on whatever the theory is. But I do think it's important, actually, for those of us in uniform to be open-minded and be widely read. And the United States Military Academy is a university. And it is important that we train and we understand, and I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, and I want to understand it. So what is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America? What caused that? I want to find that out. I want to maintain an open mind here, and I do want to analyze it. It's important that we understand that because our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians, they come from the American people. So it is important that the leaders, now and in the future, do understand it. I've read Mao Zedong. I've read Karl Marx. I've read Lenin. That doesn't make me a communist. So what is wrong with understanding, having some situational understanding about the country for which we are here to defend? And I personally find it offensive that we are accusing the United States military, our general officers, our commissioned, non-commissioned officers, of being, quote, woke or something else because we're studying some theories that are out there. That was started at Harvard Law School years ago, and it proposed that there were laws in the United States, antebellum laws prior to the Civil War, that led to a power differential with African Americans that were 3/4 of a human being when this country was formed. And then we had a Civil War and Emancipation Proclamation to change it. And we brought it up to the Civil Rights Act in 1964. It took another 100 years to change that. So look it, I do want to know. And I respect your service, and you and I are both Green Berets. But I want to know. And it matters to our military and the discipline and cohesion of this military. And I thank you for the opportunity to make a comment on that.
Thank you, General. Changing the subject right now to our people, which I think is really important. You mentioned that people are our #1 priority. In May of this year, I introduced the Military Moms Matter Act, which among other initiatives would propose extending paid family leave to 12 weeks for service members, which would be in line with the NDAA 2020 proposal for all federal employees, and that became law last year. One of the big topics of debate in this bill is for primary versus secondary caregivers. As the policy is currently written, a secondary caregiver is able to use very little leave. We want to make sure that we understand that. In general, and Secretary, would you mind expounding on your thoughts on secondary leave for service members? Should that be eliminated or that designation be altered so that everybody could have equal access to paternity and maternity leave?
Well, it's a thing that deserves further discussion and examination, but you asked for my personal opinion, and I absolutely support primary and secondary. So.
Thank you, sir. And what's left of my time, I'd like to talk about child care, what happens after you have the leave. I'm grateful to see that $168 million increase was included in the budget for family issues, including child care, including in-home child care. But I was really devastated to hear a story of a young woman at Fort Hood who explained to me, a single mother, that she had to drop her child off at 5:30 in the morning, off-base child care, had to drive at 80 miles an hour to try to get online fast enough to get to PT at 6 in the morning. And this is not okay. So my question is, how can we make sure that we provide better support mechanisms in the child care area for those people like her?
Well, I think, first of all, that the pandemic has kind of amplified some of the existing concerns with child care and other issues. We have provisions in this budget to address home care support, and I think we need to continue to look at this hard. And I would say, in addition to that, there's some $8.6 billion that are focused on military family support programs, and so this is very important to us. We'll continue to work it, but I could not agree more with you on the importance of this issue.
Thank you, and with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Austin, General Milley, thank you for being here today. Many of my colleagues have expressed concern with the top-line amount for this year's budget request, and I just want to echo those concerns. And we recognize, of course, that you're operating under certain constraints, but it's alarming to many of us that the President is spending with reckless abandon in virtually every area except our national defense. And our current era of strategic competition makes it all the more important that the U.S. recommit the longstanding principle of peace through strength, especially as our key adversaries continue to take meaningful steps to close the gap between us and them. Secretary Austin brings me to a question for you. In your confirmation hearing, when asked to commit to the current schedule for nuclear modernization efforts, you told Senator Fisher you'd like to look under the hood first and get a better feel for what we're dealing with our nuclear forces. I know this has been covered a bit today. Some of us are in and out for other hearings, but just to be sure, you've been on the job now 6 months. Can you commit now to nuclear modernization being a top priority for DOD?
I think you may have heard me say a number of times, sir, that modernization of our triad is absolutely important to us. What I meant by looking under the hood, though, was making sure that we go through a nuke posture review to ensure that we have the right balance and mix of forces.
Well, staying on that subject, our next generation ICBM, the ground-based strategic deterrent, was a system approved by President Obama in 2015. It was fully funded by President Trump. It was funded in President Biden's FY22 budget request at $2.6 billion. And since you were confirmed as Secretary of Defense, we've learned that the GBSD will be almost $38 billion cheaper than any Minuteman III life extension. It will also be a much more capable system, able to better penetrate Russian and Chinese defense systems. Do you fully support President Biden's FY22 budget request for the GBSD and agree it is the future of the land leg of the triad?
I fully support the President's budget. I would further say that, you know, the GBSD is one of those things that we'll continue to evaluate along with the posture reviews that we have ongoing, the nuke posture review. So.
And am I correct in stating that the GBSD is on track, on schedule, on budget for the first flight test in 2023?
You are.
Another item we were pleased to see in the budget is a request to construct a weapons generation facility at Barksdale Air Force Base. And that facility allows, or that construction will allow our B-52s that are stationed there to carry out their nuclear mission without having to fly first from Louisiana to North Dakota in order to be loaded with nuclear ordnance. So, Secretary Austin or General Milley, can you comment on the strategic flexibility the Barksdale WGF will provide in making sure the air leg of the triad is capable of fully executing its mission?
Yeah, I think, again, the triad and recapitalization of the triad is critically important. It's been in effect really for, I guess, going on 7 decades since the end of World War II. And it is, you can never prove a negative, but it is clearly one of the fundamental reasons why World War III didn't break out was because of the nuclear capabilities of the United States. It is time now to recapitalize the entire thing, all 3 parts of it, plus the command and control piece. That is really critical to defend this nation for the next 7 decades. And the time is now to invest in it. It'll be a one-time thing for a period of years until we can get the system replaced. But it's really, really important in all legs to include that at Barksdale with the B-52s and soon to be the B-21s, et cetera, are really critically important to do that.
Thank you, and those efficiencies, I think, will help in those overall goals. The last thing I'll touch on is the noticeable reduction in Army accounts in the budget request. I understand that's a reflection of the Afghanistan drawdown, but as we transition our focus to other parts of the world, I do think it's important that we not allow Army readiness to decline. I know you all agree with that. We still need to execute rotations through our training centers, and to that end, I appreciate the budget requesting a new Joint Operations Center at Fort Polk. That the current JOC is decades overdue for an upgrade, and a new facility will make sure our soldiers are equipped with the best possible training experience so they're at the ready if and when they're called upon. But just in the 40 seconds I have remaining, would one of you comment on the importance of that, Army readiness, where we stand on that?
We're both deeply indebted to the Army for where we are in life. But I would say as former Chief of Staff of the Army, the readiness of the Army is critical. It takes a full joint force, a synergy of air, land, sea, space, and cyber to prevail in combat. And wars are often started from afar, from long-range weapon systems, but they're always ended somewhere on the ground. And the last bullet of a war is usually fired by a Marine or Army infantryman. So it's really critical to maintain the readiness of the United States Army.
Hopefully we can host you at Fort Polk sometime soon. I'd love to see you there.
We've been hosted there quite a bit, both
Yes,
of
indeed.
us there, Mr. Johnson. Congressman Johnson, and I would say that it's a pretty valuable capability.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Crow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to associate myself with the concerns by some of my colleagues on the other side of the dais about back pay for National Guard, and also point out that the H.R. 3237, the Emergency Security Supplemental, which passed the House by 1 vote, actually created a back pay of $500 million to help shore up the pay for the National Guard. So I would encourage my colleagues to support that and to continue to push the Senate to support that as well, because if we actually passed that bill, we would resolve that issue and make sure that our men and women in uniform do get paid. I do want to change to Afghanistan for a minute and just start by saying I understand that it's not your decision to make to conduct an evacuation of civic society leaders, SIV applicants, or anybody. That's not for you to decide. That's not for Secretary Blinken to decide. That's a decision that only resides at the White House. I get that. And I appreciate the fact that you all have conducted contingency planning to be prepared to do that. And General Milley, your comment earlier about the military capability that exists and that you will conduct whatever is necessary. My concern is about time. Because where we sit right now, that capability and the dangers and risks of doing it are not going to be static. That risk is not lessening. Is it true, Secretary Austin, that Taliban continue to make territorial gains, that provincial capitals continue to fall, and that freedom of navigation in the outer ring road continues to deteriorate?
The Taliban have made gains, incremental gains throughout, and those gains have increased most recently. In terms of provincial capitals, I think you heard General Milley's assessment early on that actually none of the provincial capitals have fallen. They have made some gains where they've surrounded some of the provincial capitals.
And part of that, General Milley, is it true that we don't yet have an agreement with Turkey or any other ally, NATO ally, with regard to the security of the Kabul airport?
Written agreement? No, we're having a meeting this week. I think we're pretty much at the final piece. I don't want to speak for Turkey, and I don't want to preempt the outcome of a final agreement, but I feel very comfortable that security of the Kabul airport will be maintained, and I think the Turks will be a part of that.
Is it true that we're turning over control of Bagram to the Afghans?
That is the plan. That's correct.
Okay. So understanding that situation, the deteriorating security situation, the assessments, the lack of navigation, and the fact that these SIV applicants would actually need to make it to Kabul or a population center to be evacuated, and they also need to do in-person vetting in Kabul to qualify. Is it fair to say that as time continues to progress, that it becomes harder and more risky to conduct an evacuation?
I think that's a fair statement, Congressman.
Okay. Relatedly, I'm concerned about the ability of the Afghan Air Force to conduct air operations and to maintain an air cap with our withdrawal. The A-29 fleet continues to degrade. We know that. We have submitted a request for 3 additional A-29s, but maintenance, with the removal of all the maintenance personnel, do we yet have any fidelity on where that maintenance will occur once our contractors withdraw who are currently conducting that maintenance?
Some of the maintenance is taking place in one of the Gulf countries, one of our partners, and so we would fly for the higher level maintenance. We would fly that and have flown some of that gear out to that location to be serviced. And you got different levels of maintenance, as you well know, but the organizational maintenance, the operator level maintenance, we can do and are doing some of that by virtual mentorship on a day-to-day basis. And we may be able to contract other types of capabilities going forward. That's still a work in progress. Ideally, we'd like to have the ability to conduct maintenance in one of the neighboring countries for some of the higher level maintenance, but again, a work in progress, not yet solidified.
Okay, I appreciate that. And with my remaining 10 seconds, I just wanted to express my appreciation, Chairman Milley, for your leadership and your courage and how you continue to speak out on behalf of what is a diverse and increasingly diverse force of men and women in uniform.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Mr. Green is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Rogers for holding the hearing, and I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Deeply respect and appreciate your combined service to this country. As the war on terror has continued, the United States military has taken risks to maintain readiness during budget decreases of the last years of the Obama administration, including installation management, research, and development for future systems. The last administration set us on the right path, helping to rebuild peace through strength. Those 4 years of increased budgets helped, but they could not make up for nearly 20 years of war and 7 years of cuts. Today's force is still challenged with decreasing overmatch due to those previous cuts and the risk decisions that were made to maintain readiness. When we send America's sons and daughters, and I believe each of you would agree with me on this, it should never be a fair fight when they go to war. It looks like the real dollar cuts and spending of $4 billion in this budget proposal were once again potentially sacrificing the future fight for readiness today. In the case of the Navy's budget, it looks like they're pinning their risk in the 3 to 5 year range in hopes that beyond that they can find new technologies that will create overmatch.
The question, of course, is how do we maintain overmatch with pacing threats such as China when they're increasing their budget 6.8% and we're effectively decreasing ours? My first question gets very granular, and it goes on what Mr. Johnson was talking about, the CTCs. I noticed recently, if I'm understanding the budget for the Army correctly, we're cutting CTC rotations by 1/3 in this budget. If that's correct, can you tell me why?
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. I'll go back to Chief of Staff of the Army. There's 10 rotations a year at each of the CTCs. If they're cutting them by 1/3, I'd be very surprised.
Would you do me a favor and just get back? Thanks.
I'll get back to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I really appreciate that. I noticed on aviation we were looking at a cut of around 15.6%, and this is across all the services for aviation. Can you guys kind of give me a description on what we're doing to make up for those cuts? Or is there some technology we don't know about? Is there some future system that's going to address the decrease in readiness or capability in the future with a 15.6% cut in aviation?
Well, we want to make sure we're investing in the right capabilities, and we want to be able to network those capabilities in new and effective ways that we've not been able to do in the past, and that requires investing in the right kinds of technology to be able to do that. If you take ISR, for example, and you look at the fact that the Air Force is taking down a couple of lines of ISR, what they're really doing is not decreasing the number of tails. They're taking down some lines so that they can have the ability to upgrade some capability and network their birds together in ways that we haven't done before. And that applies to each of the services. We have to invest in those things that are going to allow us to have resilient forces, operate in a distributed manner, and be absolutely lethal in the next fight.
I understand. I just want to make sure that capability isn't decreasing 15.6%. I guess that's really my big question. We're going to have the same capability or better capability even though we're cutting aviation 15%.
Our goal is to have better capability, and with those investments that we make in the future, we want to make sure that the platforms that we invest in are able to accomplish some of the things that I just described.
One of the open source journals, the Computing Research Association, reported concerning, quote, the Army, Navy, and Air Force's University Research Initiative, sub-accounts are cut 31.1%, 18.9%, and 17.5% respectively. Considering these recent cyber attacks, is that really a wise decision? I'm not an engineer, I'm not a computer scientist, I'm a physician. But it seems that cuts in those particular areas, those areas that research our ability to fight cyber, seems misplaced considering the recent attacks. Could you comment on that, or perhaps I can get something in writing back?
Oh, we can do both, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Secretary.
First, I'll remind you that for RDT&E overall, we're investing $112 billion. And specifically for cyber, there's a almost $10.5 billion investment in cyber, and that includes cyberspace operations and a number of other things. So we think cyber is pretty important. We are part of a whole of government effort to defend our networks here in the country. Our focus is, further out towards the source of malign activity.
The gentleman's time has expired. I apologize. Ms. Slotkin is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I know it's a long hearing. I want to address this constant conversation we've been having about the top line, because it feels like very 2005 to me. All the hearings that we've had in the last 2 years that I've been here have talked about not just the amount of dollars we're spending, but how we're spending them. And I think we need to be intellectually honest as members of Congress that we are a part of the problem. We make you budget on one-year cycles instead of the whole FYDP. Every year you come to us with about $2 billion worth of legacy programs you'd like to cut, and we up here don't let you cut them. And then let's be frank, if we're talking about budgets, the nearly $10 billion that was taken out of DOD and put towards the border wall should be factored in for anyone who's concerned about the top line. So that's what we have responsibility for. But I am worried because there is bipartisan agreement that China is gaining on us.
I'm also worried that our big lumbering bureaucratic system is an inhibitor to us being competitive with China, particularly on acquisition and getting the best American technology into the Pentagon. Secretary Austin, can you talk about what we're going to do to acquire faster and better technology?
Well, that's a focus for us. You know, we are far from being as agile as we need to be in order to capture or take advantage of the emerging technologies. And so you've given us some authorities in the past that we've not fully used or employed, and we need to push to number one, take advantage of what you've already given us, but number two, encourage our force to be more agile. And we need to take advantage of emerging technologies that may be available in smaller companies that have capability that they can't get across the valley of death to provide capability at scale. So the Deputy Secretary and I are absolutely focused on this, and she's launched some initiatives to be able to address this.
Thank you. Your personal attention to that, I think, is going to be really important for the future fight. Switching gears to the authorization of military force, last week in a bipartisan way, we called for the repeal here in the House of the 2002 AUMF. It's now being discussed and debated over in the Senate, but there seemed to be some confusion here in the House, and maybe in the Senate as well, on whether the Pentagon is currently relying on the 2002 AUMF for any operations. Can you confirm where you stand on the 2002 AUMF?
Well, just right now on the 2002 AUMF, that is under review, and it looks like it's going to go away. The 2001 one is the one that gives us all the authorities. That's the one we need to hang on to, is that first one that gives us the authorities to conduct operations.
So if we repeal the 2002, will that affect current operations in any way?
No, my assessment, my military assessment is no, it won't. It won't have any negative effect on current operations. It's the 2001 AUMF that's the critical one for us to continue operations.
Thanks for clarifying that. You know, one of the things that myself and Representative Gallagher are doing, we run a bipartisan task force on supply chains, and the Deputy Secretary was really gracious with her time and came last week. I have become possessed with this issue because of COVID and having to negotiate with Chinese middlemen in the middle of the night for a 78-cent mask. And I stood yesterday in front of my second GM plant in my area that has to go to a temporary shutdown because we can't get a 14-cent microchip. Can you tell me just your commitment that you will take this issue seriously? It was stunning for some of us, the amount of vulnerabilities that we have even at the Pentagon for things like ammunition propellant and for pharmaceuticals on other countries, particularly sole source from other countries. Can you just commit that you'll help with some transparency on our supply chains?
You have our commitment. You heard me mention earlier the $341 million investment to help boost our support of American industry, and some of that includes microelectronics and that sort of business. So, but we are absolutely focused on this. We think that supply chain vulnerability is a national security issue, and that was kind of laid bare for us, to your point, over the last year.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Bice is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Rogers, Secretary Austin, General Milley, thank you for joining us today. I first want to maybe echo my colleague, Representative Slotkin, on Supply Chain Task Force. I was honored to be put on that as well, and it has illuminated a lot of the challenges that we see because of COVID or even just supply chain in general. So I appreciate your commitment to making sure that we continue to look at how we can shore up those supply chain challenges. I'd like to start by focusing on an issue that has been of concern in my state of Oklahoma and on military bases across the nation: improving the quality of privatized base housing on military installations. Since being sworn into office, I've engaged military housing stakeholders in my district and across the state of Oklahoma, including at Tinker Air Force Base and Fort Sill. While I'm cautiously optimistic that things are moving in the right direction, there is still work to do. Ensuring safe and high-quality housing for our nation's service members is one of my priorities.
Despite the recent reforms, evidence from earlier this year suggests military families are being charged thousands of dollars of out-of-pocket expenses by private military housing contractors for reasonable and needed ADA upgrades to their on-base housing units. In response, I've introduced legislation with Representative Sarah Jacobs to clarify the military families cannot be charged amounts in addition to rent for needed ADA upgrades. Secretary Austin, can you tell me what actions DoD is taking to ensure that service members do not face financial hardships in obtaining on-base accommodations for a disabled member of their family?
Thank you for the work that you're doing in this area. It is absolutely critical. There's nothing more important than the welfare of our military families. And as we've seen in the past, this has not gone the way that it should have gone in terms of contracted housing, privatized housing. You've seen us increase the supervision in this area, and we're working with the services to really ensure that we have the requisite oversight and emphasis to hold contractors accountable for providing quality service to our family members. And this will remain a priority for us going forward. It directly affects the morale of not only our family members, but the services altogether. So you have my commitment that we will remain cited on this.
Thank you, Secretary. Appreciate that. It's clear to me that in my short time here in Congress that one of the biggest threats is the current space race threat. China has become incredibly competitive, landing a rover on Mars, putting up geosynchronous satellites. Do you believe this budget provides the dedicated resources in research, technology, exploration that we need to ensure that we are not outpaced?
Right. Again, $112 billion for RDT&E. That's a pretty hefty investment. But I would go one step further and say that we plan to invest $20.6 billion or so dollars to resource our efforts in space.
Thank you. I yield back.
Brief announcement before I call on Ms. Sherrill. So votes are supposed to be called at 1:30. It is my intent to keep going through them. Well, it's a little bit complicated. Votes are like 25 minutes to a half hour. But if there are members who wish to ask questions, if you could go and vote like right at 1:30 and then come back so we can sort of cycle through that way. I don't want to waste any time and take advantage of all the time that we have. You can sort of process that. So if you're coming up and you want to go vote and come back, that'll give you an opportunity to ask a question. Mr. Rogers and I will figure out our own deal one way or the other. Ms. Sherrill is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much. General Milley, I want to talk about the long-range precision fires. As you know, Picatinny Arsenal in my district is a key center of innovation for this modernization priority. I know that General McConville is committed to the value that long-range precision fires bring to force employment for the joint force. So can you speak to the value of the multiple dilemmas that ground-based precision fires can provide for deterrence and force employment?
Sure. First of all of the services have capabilities and are developing capabilities for long-range precision fires. And it's important when you're facing any adversary to present them with multiple dilemmas simultaneously so that it's very difficult for them to solve. Land-based long-range precision fires will give us a significant advantage relative to the pacing threat of China so that they can be operated off of basically unsinkable aircraft carriers. So our allies and partners, if we work out through the diplomatic arrangements, to have units stationed there with long-range precision fire capabilities, we can do significant damage. We were damage against the People's Liberation Army Navy. So we're experimenting that with Army Forces and Marine Forces in the Pacific right now, in the South China Seas, for example, through exercises and other things. In addition to that, we're doing some long-range precision fire developmental testing that is being done at the various ranges, and these are quite extended ranges that will cover the South China Sea. So the conceptual idea would be that we could handle the Chinese surface fleet with land-based long-range precision fires in combination with air and naval fires.
Thank you, General. I appreciate that. Moving on and sort of talking again about the supply chain, we've all become critically concerned. You know, as we talk about single source materials, as we talk about rare earth materials, I encourage you, General Austin, to continue to look into how that impacts some of our smaller defense manufacturers from entering into competition when they have to trace the supply chain. That is something they have a lot of trouble doing and haven't done well at. I also encourage a discussion about rare earth materials, and if there are alternatives, if we, you know, the research and development we might make into alternatives. That's something that's been brought up, but I don't think we have a good understanding of what we could do with respect to alternatives to rare earth materials, especially single source rare earth materials from our adversaries. I'd also just like to bring up that in conversations with former senior defense officials currently serving service members and leaders in defense innovation, I've heard time and again that the military just isn't innovating the way we need to. So to make better use of private sector innovation by a more nimble acquisition system and to improve access to talent through better STEM recruiting, and to ensure that the research and development within the DoD is better supported in risk-taking to, as many of our military members say, fail fast and then learn. What is the best way forward to make these changes, and how can Congress best support those changes?
Well, I think you have to establish programs that and mechanisms that encourage innovation. And while you want to reward success and support small companies in their efforts to get their products, innovative products, you know, on board, you also want to condition the force to be able to accept an element or a measure of risk. And we're not really good at that. And I think in order to be agile, we got to become better. And so you'll see the Deputy Secretary begin to employ a couple of initiatives that encourage that innovation and that would help us begin to pull some things forward and support some things going forward that we haven't been able to do in the past. And again, we'll keep pushing on this and pulling on this until we become more agile. I do think we need to do better in taking advantage of what you've already given us to help us with that agility. So.
Thank you, and I echo Ms. Slatkin in our gratitude in having you involved in this process. I think it is very important. And then finally, before my time is up, I simply want to say to you, General Milley, that I deeply and sincerely appreciate your comments to Ms. Houlihan. Thank you. Yield back.
Chair recognizes Representative Jackson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Rogers for holding the hearing today. I also want to thank Secretary Austin and General Milley for being here today. Thank you both. Mr. Secretary, the first time we met and the first event I ever attended in the House Armed Services Committee here was a discussion we held when you came before the committee in January. As you know, I voted in favor of the waiver required for your appointment, and I did so because I thought we should take advantage of the opportunity to have somebody in there that really understood the impact that policymakers have on the troops. So thank you, and it's good to see you here again today, sir. General Milley, I've really appreciated your leadership and the continuity that you're able to bring to the department during the most recent transition in administrations. I know both of you very clearly understand the urgent threats that we face. I imagine you both must share my frustration with the budget cut that President Biden has sent over. I agree that we need to be more efficient with how we spend our money if possible, but now is not the time to cut our defense spending like President Biden has proposed. My first question, the National Defense Strategy clearly calls for 3 to 5% real growth in defense spending each year. President Biden has somewhat ignored the NDS and has put you both in a very tough spot in my mind by proposing that we cut defense spending this year with a request that does not keep pace with inflation. I've heard alternate proposals circulated around Congress that might come before this committee of a top-line 10% cut for defense spending.
If the 3 to 5% number is based on the NDS, I'm not really sure where the proposed 10% number comes from. For both of you, if the 10% cut is just a random number, should we really be comparing that as an alternative policy recommendation to what is called for in the NDS? And would either of you consider a 10% cut to be a serious policy recommendation? This might be a short answer.
When it comes to structuring the budget, Congressman, and by the way, thank you for your service. I think randomness is never a good idea, and so we endeavor, as you well know, to link our resources to our strategy to policy to the will of the American people. This particular budget was based upon the interim strategic guidance given to us by the President early on, and my guidance to the force. And so those were the things that provided us, really the structure to be able to build the budget on. But to answer your question, I do not think randomness is a good idea when it comes to budget.
And I echo those comments. And I'm not aware of a proposal of a 10% cut per se. That's not what this budget does. This budget essentially is flat. I mean, depending on how you do the calculations, some would tell you it's $11 billion more than the 21 enacted. Others would tell you a few billion less if you measure it against constant dollars. And then, of course, you've got the factor of inflation. The bottom line is it's all relative to a threat. And I think this budget at $715 billion, it's a lot of taxpayer dollars. And I think it adequately defends the United States for fiscal year 22. And I would urge a rapid passing of it and a rapid enactment of it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I brought up the 10% because I think that's being circulated around here, and I assume that's going to come later on in the form of an amendment or something. Thank you for that. I'm concerned that this is only the beginning of the defense budget cuts over the next few years for the reasons I just described. Given that President Biden relies on your expertise, I would urge you both to advise him on how disastrous that would be, the 10% cut for our national security if that comes up. Last week, we discussed how we can implement the goals of the National Defense Strategy despite a budget cut, something that General Berger said before this committee stuck out to me. He said, "We have a perfect record of guessing where the next conflict is going to happen, and we got it wrong every time." We know there will be another threat. That's just a fact. So I don't see why President Biden is forcing us into a budget cut when we are actually losing to China right now and have other rising threats around the globe. Secretary Austin, assuming we are able to keep up with the counter and the threat from China, where do you see the next threat coming from? Also, how harmful are the proposed budget cuts as you prepare the military for whatever future conflict we might have?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. Again, China is the most challenging competitor that we'll face, and so we have to prepare for the most challenging competitor. As we do that, it also prepares us well for other things. We'll see threats from Russia, Iran, North Korea, and we'll continue to see a threat from transnational terrorism. And I agree with General Berger that there's always something that we weren't really cited on necessarily, but we were prepared to address because we prepared for the most challenging threat.
Thank you both. My time is up. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Representative Golden for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Austin, in recent testimony you provided before the Senate, both Senator Collins and Senator King asked if you'd work with them in Congress to restore the proposed cut to the DDG-51 Flight 3 program. And in both cases, you said the plan was to resource that ship in 2023. General Milley, I believe you testified something similar earlier today. I'd like to understand that more clearly. The most recent figures the Navy has provided, Congress was in December, and it anticipated the procurement of 2 Flight 3 ships in fiscal year 22 and 2 in fiscal year 23 for a total of 4 ships. In light of this, Mr. Secretary, am I to understand that you're committing to procure 3 DDG Flight 3 ships in fiscal year 2023?
No, we'll certainly work out the balance of our investments in the next budget, and I don't want to predict where that's going to land. But yeah, we're going to go after that DDG that we didn't resource in this budget in the next fiscal year. So.
Thank you. If you just look at all of last year, the Navy was saying that they needed the Flight 3 from a capabilities perspective, but also they were projecting 2 ships,
whether that was last winter in February, again, putting out some figures in the fall and then in December. It was always 2 ships each time, and then suddenly we received this budget request to go down to 1. But you know, if it's not a commitment to actually go back up to 3, then I think you know, it's not resourcing the ship that the 2 senators and I are asking about, and it would in fact represent a broken contract. You did talk to Senator Collins about wanting to have the right mix of capabilities in place. And I agree with what Senator Collins said about quantity having a quality of its own, but I'd like to focus on the capabilities piece. The Navy says that the Flight 3 is key to sea denial and sea control missions. It's also expressed urgency to the committee about getting the AMDR Spy-6 radar and those capabilities that it will be brought to the Navy into the fleet. The Navy's looking to decommission cruisers as well. Therefore, the Flight 3 is slated to house and perform the role of air defense for our carrier strike groups, but this was going to take several years to fully field that new capability. Last week, the committee received testimony that the benefits of an AMDR are undeniable, and it was stressed that the Navy has to have that radar. I'm curious, in light of the kind of change from 2 ships, all through 2020 to just 1 now, and given this testimony that we've received from the Navy about the importance of the capability, what's the driving force behind the reduction?
You have to make tough choices in any budget, and again, in this budget, we're investing in a DDG, 2 submarines, and a frigate. Which I think is a pretty substantial investment. And again, you know, we've said before that, you know, the 355 ship Navy is a good goal to shoot at. You have to look at the progress over time. You also have to consider, you know, the numbers of hulls that we're putting in the water between now and the end of fiscal year 22. And when you do that, you'll get a better picture of the full capabilities. But I agree that it is important to make sure that that you know, we invest in that DDG going forward. But again, in any budget, you have to make some tough choices. And we also need to make sure we have the capacity to build the ship that we invest in. So,
could I just add that it's important in terms of capability. The destroyers are the workhorse of the Navy for sure, and the surface fleet. But the most important investment in naval capabilities is submarines, and so the priority went to the submarines.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it sounds like you're talking about trade-offs, hard trade-offs.
Sure,
so this is a top-line budget challenge discussion rather than, you know, delivering what the combatant commanders are saying that they need out in the fleet in the next 5 years. I know that they're excited to get that Flight 3 out there. But someone could argue that of the 8 ships requested, maybe 3 of them might not be as critical as the destroyer, but we don't have to talk about that right now. I would just say it is also concerning, and in some ways breaking a multi-year procurement like this is unprecedented, and it does undermine trust, that the Navy is going to be able to follow through on future commitments or contracts, concerning to the industrial base and that capability, in my opinion. But I do see that the Navy is expressing interest in a future multi-year procurement for FYs 23 through 2027 for the Flight 3, and look forward to working with you that. I know we're out of time, so if you have any comment, we'll take it for the record. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Before recognizing Mr. Carl, votes have been called. And again, votes are going roughly a half hour. So if someone wants to go over and vote now and come back, we're going to go till 2 here, and we'll do that. So Mr. Carl is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Rogers. Gentlemen, thank y'all so much for coming and spending time. Secretary Austin, I want to point out something. The 2 Alabama colleagues here are wearing orange and blue in support of your Auburn Tigers, and that's tough coming being a big Alabama fan. I'm just going to let you know. Real quick, the fiscal year 22 shipbuilding budget has been a hot topic today, obviously, and during recent hearings in the committees that we've held here. The report the Navy submitted to Congress last week on a long-range shipbuilding highlights the importance of steady acquisition profiles to maintain our industrial base. However, just a few pages later in the report, the report has 398 to 512 ships in the Navy long-range plan, and the difference is 114 ships. Do
do you think there might be a little question there how we won or lost 114 ships? That's not my question there, but Secretary Austin, the shipyard that I've spent the last 10 years recruiting young people to work in is being threatened to be shut down now because of this budget. So with that said, the shipyards will be facing layoffs, workforce in the coming year because of this FY 2022 budget. It's uncertainty. Why did this administration not follow the law and submit a true 30-year shipbuilding plan?
Again, the shipbuilding plan will come with the FY23 submission, but that's on the horizon there. So we presented a one-year budget this year, and the next year we'll present the budget for the FIDEP, or the outlook for the FIDEP. So.
Okay.
And as you recall, Congressman, there was a submission by the previous administration, very late, and the current administration just hadn't had an opportunity to fully review that. So that's in the works. So there will be a 30-year shipbuilding plan here shortly.
Shift gears here real quick to KC-46. The Air Force has accepted delivery of the KC-46 aircraft that is not fully operational and still having some difficulties even being used. The first operational one is not expected to 2024, 7 years after the original date. Do you think any of this makes sense? The taxpayers are paying for aircraft that are not fully operational, and the first is currently projected to be fully operational 7 years after the contracted date. So, Secretary Austin, along with all the issues that KC-46A is facing, now it cannot even correctly hold fuel. Is it time to recommit and look at contracting these aircraft out to other companies?
Well, we'll work with the Air Force to ensure that we're providing the right amount of oversight and drill down into choices going forward. And an assessment suggesting that we move to an alternative plan has not yet been presented to me, but this is something that we absolutely have to remain focused on.
Well, we have Airbus planes that are flying in Europe that we're refueling behind, so we know we've got capabilities of other aircraft other than just what's being built and delivered. General, one quick one for you, sir. Every time they say that China or Russia is a better military force, I see you bow up a little bit, and I love it. Thank you for your service, your patriotism.
Thank you, and just to be clear, and I'll reiterate it, neither China nor Russia, militarily, nor any other country on the face of the earth is a better military than the United States military.
Thank you, sir.
On the KC-46, I had an opportunity to go out and see them. There's some glitches in the software. They are operational, and we're flying them. We're flying them and doing tanking operations in training exercises around the world. When we say we're not using them operationally in combat zones. That's where we're not using them. But they are being used in training. There are some software things yet to be worked out, and I have confidence in the KC-46 as a program.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I yield my time back.
Thank you. Ms. Laurie is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, and General Milley. Over the last year, I've been reviewing the Goldwater-Nichols Act to look at things both positive and negative on the current organization within our service. A couple questions I had. 10 U.S. Code 163 states that the President may direct that communications between the President or Secretary of Defense and the commanders of the Unified and Specified Combatant Commands be transmitted through the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Has the President or Secretary of Defense given direction to you that communications through the combatant commanders should go through you?
It's a routine, the word is routine communications, and it's in the UCP, and yes, it is currently in effect. So routine communications, normal communication. The chain of command, though, is clear, and it's unambiguous. The chain of command is the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the combatant commanders, and then the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the service secretaries for the departments. I am an advisor, and I advise on the advantages, disadvantages, and puts and takes, costs and risks, and benefits, et cetera. But the chain of command is clear, but routine communication typically goes through me in order for me to do my job as an advisor.
Okay. Well, thank you. And another portion, 10 U.S. Code 16, says that subject to the authority, direction, and control of the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff serves as the spokesman for the commanders of the combatant commands, especially on operational requirements of their commands. Do you serve as the spokesman for the combatant commanders on the operational requirements for their commands?
I do, and when I say I, the Joint Staff, who helps me formulate.
I was just looking, I'm sorry, for
Sure.
yes, no, because
Answer's yes.
Okay, well, thank you. And so you recently said that there's a low probability that China would take over Taiwan militarily in the near term.
Mm-hmm.
And this seems to be in direct conflict to the statements made earlier this year by Admiral Davidson,
Right.
Admiral Aquilino, last week by the CNO and the Commandant of the Marine Corps, that they believe that China could act militarily against Taiwan in the next 6 years. If their window is 6 years, but you disagree with that, what is your window?
I didn't say I disagreed with them, their assessment of 6 years. Their assessment is based off a speech by President Xi that challenged the People's Liberation Army to accelerate their modernization programs to develop capabilities to seize Taiwan and move it from 2035 to 2027, hence 6 years. It's a capability. It's not an intent to attack or seize. My assessment is an operational assessment. Do they have the intent to attack or seize in the near term, defined as the next year or two? My assessment, and based on what I've seen right now, is no. That can always change. Intent is something that can change quickly.
But from the statements and how many members of Congress have interpreted that over this series of hearings, we heard Admiral Davidson and Aquilino clearly state that they thought there was an intent. You're saying there's a capability.
No,
so I think
looked
there's a difference.
I looked at their testimony, the words, and very explicitly, and I can go back and look at it again. If Admiral Aquilino and Admiral Davidson said that China had an intent, has made a decision, and they intend to invade and seize Taiwan, then I do disagree with that. I've seen no evidence of that actual intent or decision-making. What I'm talking about is capability, or what they were talking about is capability, and the Chinese leadership, President Xi, challenged them to accelerate their capability development, which is two different things.
I understand that you're making a nuance there. I'll say that members of the House, I think, interpreted the Admiral's earlier testimony differently. But just kind of taking that capability as well, so whether they have intent right now or they may in the future between now and 2027 when you think they will have that capability. Just looking at this budget, which really is a divest to invest strategy, and I would say that, without the sense of urgency that could happen in the next 6 years, it's not really palpable to think that we could divest to invest. For instance, decommission more ships before we have the replacement, thus reducing the fleet size, retiring bombers at a faster rate than we're replacing their inventory. And the Air Force has just said recently in a hearing that the bare minimum of maintaining 45. And last week we had several hearings that expressed us about the Navy's budget, its divest to invest strategy. And Mr. Gallagher, referred to Admiral Davidson's comments as the Davidson window. So, I just wanted to, and we have very little time left, get after the question of between the combatant commanders and yourself acting as a role as an advisor to the president. Sure. Who should we be listening to? I feel like the combatant commanders, their message is very different than what we're getting in a message in this budget, because the budget does not convey a sense of urgency when we see it as a shrinking fleet rather than a growing fleet to counter the threats that we see from China in the Pacific. And I have very little time left. So
there's 1 second left, so I'll give you an answer on the record.
Take it for the record. Ms. Cheney is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Milley and Secretary Austin, for being here. Secretary Austin, I wanted to ask you about GBSD. We've had consistent testimony, as I'm sure you know, in front of this committee this year and in prior years at the extent to which GBSD will save the taxpayer money. Moving forward with it is $38 billion in cost savings over life extension of the Minuteman. Obviously, it also has significantly increased capabilities over the Minuteman. I've listened to you today. It sounds like there may be some question about whether or not you agree with those assessments or whether or not a change will be made as you look at the posture review. Could you elaborate what factors might lead you down the path of not going with the less expensive, more effective, and capable GBSD system?
If I conveyed that I'd already made some sort of decision, Congresswoman, that's absolutely not the case. I think the right thing to do, if we're going to conduct a nuclear posture review, which we are going to do that, is to make sure that we have the right pieces in place, the right balance, and to make sure that we continue to evaluate the GBSD in the context of that nuclear posture review. But again, my intent was not to convey a preference or a decision. You know, that's not where I am. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, just looking at the cost that we've seen, the consistent testimony and the effectiveness, it would be some concern, obviously, if we move towards trying to do a life extension at this point. General Milley, I wanted to ask you about Afghanistan. You know, it does seem that we've now seen the Taliban taking 50 to 60 more districts. I know the government moves its district centers at some point, but it does seem that we're withdrawing from the battlefield as our enemy advances. So could you talk about both what the actual specifics are? We haven't really heard anything in terms of over-the-horizon basing, and whether or not you think this is good policy to withdraw as our enemy is advancing.
Congresswoman, in terms of the district centers in the provinces, and it was mentioned earlier, there's 419 district centers. 81 of them or so are in the hands of the Taliban. About 50 were done previously, and about 30 or 40 in the last X amount of months. In addition to that, no provinces have fallen to the Taliban yet. There's a 300,000 plus or minus security force consisting of the Army and the police forces for the Afghans. We have not done train, advise, assist in quite some time down at the tactical level. So they have been out there shouldering the burden of that fight for well over a year. And in terms of what we are doing is a deliberate, responsible drawdown, a retrograde, to bring out U.S. military forces, and we're going to keep a small number of forces there to maintain the embassy open and to keep capabilities there and keep the money going for the ANSF and the government. Now, what happens in the future? There's a wide variety of possibilities. Worst case, civil war, breakdown, fracturing of the government, fracturing of the Army, that's very possible, and that would be a very bad outcome. There's also a possibility, not high on the probability list, but a negotiated settlement between the government and the Taliban, that's possible. And then the alternative is an outright takeover of the Taliban, which I also think that is unlikely but possible. So there's a variety of outcomes here that could happen. We are executing the orders that were given in a very professional way, and thus far, things are relatively stable on our end.
Thank you, General Milley. I think it's obviously just a significant concern as we do watch the Taliban advance, and we know we've got a counterterrorism mission we have to conduct, and we don't have any basing agreements secured for over the horizon. But I want to just end with a continuation of this topic that's been discussed. A couple of my colleagues suggested that there were service members who were being somehow persecuted because of their political beliefs or their ideological beliefs. And I want to, first of all, thank you for noting that the attack on the Capitol on January 6th was an attack on the Constitution. We do need to understand what happened. It was an attack provoked by the Commander-in-Chief. He could have immediately intervened to stop it, and he didn't. I think it's very important for us to recognize and understand who was in the Capitol that day and why. And we have to protect the First Amendment rights of our service people, no doubt. But it's also critically important that we remind everybody that the UCMJ makes it a crime to engage in sedition or mutiny or to seek the violent overthrow of the United States government. So I would urge, as you are focused on getting to the bottom of what happened, we need to do the same here, but we really need to focus on that piece of this as well. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize Representative Jacobs.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to follow on a question from my colleague, Ms. Cheney, about the GBSD. I know you said a final decision will only come after the nuclear posture review, but it seems from the budget that this decision has already been made with the claim that the price to build and operate the new GBSD would be less than the cost to maintain the current Minuteman 3. So it seems this conclusion is based by comparing the total life cycle cost of the two options through 2075 at a deployed level of 400 ICBMs. Is that true? If so, where did those numbers, 400 and 2075, come as the baseline requirement? Who made that decision, and is that still going to be revisited down the road, as you said?
Well, I certainly, as I indicated a couple of minutes ago, you know, I've not made any decisions on this. I think it deserves, you the right amount of effort and attention, and we'll make the best choices. But these choices need to be informed by the posture review and make sure we have the right balance here.
Well, thank you. I think it's important that we do the process necessary and not invest in a very expensive nuclear platform, as, for instance, our president is in active negotiations to decrease our reliance on nuclear weapons. My next question is, I represent San Diego, and almost all of the people in uniform I speak to there are struggling to find childcare. I'm happy to see that the president's budget increases base pay, but it seems like there's just so much more we need to do. And I was a little surprised that in this budget request, it only requests funding of a single construction of a new child care development center, one 200-space center at Shepherd Air Force Base in Texas. I know you said to my colleague earlier that you were working on investments in home care support and others. So I just wanted to know what more you're planning on doing to address child care beyond this single one space that is being constructed.
Well, thanks for the question and for your continued focus on what I believe is a very important issue. We'll continue to work with the services as they work with their installation commanders and they identify what their needs are and make sure that those needs are reflected in military construction plans going forward. But I personally believe that, and I know all the secretaries and the chiefs believe, that this is an important issue and one we need to continue to invest in. So more work needs to be done to the point that you're making.
Thank you. Yes, I really want to emphasize that I think what's in the budget is not sufficient, and I can tell you for my constituents in San Diego, of our subsidized child care waiting list spots, more than half of them are military families, and so it's a really critical need, and I hope that you would continue to emphasize it, and I appreciate your comments there. If Ms. Escobar is here, I'm happy to give the remainder of my time to her. All right. Well, then, Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Chair recognizes Representative McClain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for being here in front of this committee today, and it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I want to speak today in regards to what a lot of my colleagues have already spoken on, which is China. And I think we all agree is China seems to be our most challenging adversary or national threat. We're fortunate enough to have thousands of businesses across our country that have contracts with your department. My question is, do you believe it would be in the best interest of our national security to ensure that the CCP does not have access to our military intellectual property?
I absolutely believe that, and I think we need to, it's important to me to make sure that, number one, the DoD networks are properly protected, but we need to advocate or ensure that all those people, all those companies that are supporting us in supply chains are doing the right things to meet the standards to reduce vulnerabilities in the supply chain.
Extremely critical. Finally, do you fear that when the United States conducts a foreign military sale to a nation that also has accepted Belt and Road funding, that our military equipment might fall into the hands of the CCP? If not, can you explain how do we ensure that this doesn't happen, and what do we do to make this better and to protect America and to protect our intellectual property? What action steps can we take?
Well, before we enter into the agreements there, we certainly do assessments to make sure that the people that we're selling the gear to do have the capability to protect our property, our intellectual property, and they agree to do what's necessary to do that.
So to make sure I understand, I didn't mean to interrupt, is when we engage in a sale, we put mechanisms in place to make sure that our intellectual property is protected and secure.
To the best of our abilities, yes. We take appropriate and responsible actions. And of course, the State Department is involved in deciding whether or not these sales will be consummated. I mean, they get to approve that.
What do you think we can, what measures, if any, can we take to make sure that we ensure this process is even safer to a greater ability? I mean, you hear, or at least I hear, the American public hears on a constant basis, China's stealing our intellectual property, and it's coming from a lot of our business dealings.
You know, I think we can, we need to continue to engage our partners and allies and emphasize the importance of this. We need to make sure that as we convey equipment, that we are confident that the people that we're conveying it to can protect the intellectual property. So.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Thank you. We are at that magic hour, and I just know the Secretary has a hard stop at 2 o'clock. So, Mr. Kahile, I'm sorry, I never pronounced that correctly. I'll learn, but by the end of the session, I promise. But you are recognized for 5 minutes, and that he will be the last questioner that we have before we close at 2. Mahalo, Mr. Chair, and aloha, Secretary Austin, General Milley. Mr. McCord, thank you for your service. Mahalo for your testimony today. I want to focus my questions on the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, the importance of those U.S. relationships with our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific region, and the changing nature of the future conflicts. Secretary Austin, I applaud you for showcasing America's commitment to the Indo-Pacific region by making your first overseas visit with your trip to Japan and South Korea and India, and a brief stop in the Hawaiian Islands. I'm sorry I missed you. But as we are now discussing the FY22 defense budget, which I appreciate the President's budget and the investment in the PDI, I also think as China becomes more aggressive in the region, the United States needs to be more aggressive regarding our critical investments in the PDI. And there are things that are not in that budget, in the unfunded, like the Guam Defense System, the Homeland Radar Hawaii, the TACMOR in Palau, that I think we need to take a look at, and so that we can fully fund that PDI and fully meet the objectives that we discussed today, which is one of those national instruments of power, which is our military deterrence and the strength of that deterrence in the Indo-Pacific region. So as a member of the Pacific Islands Caucus, I want to continue to call attention to Oceania and the Pacific Islands region. China regularly provides military training in the Pacific Islands region. They have been broadening their reach throughout the Pacific. They actively cultivate those relationships with senior defense officials. You know, we know what the investments that they've been doing in Guam for a number of, or excuse me, in Western Samoa for a number of decades. And as those defense region officials from China go to the different Pacific Island regions, they get full military honors, such as in Papua New Guinea, under their Defense Force Chief of Defense visit in 2016. Under President Xi, senior PLA officials have held bilateral meetings with their counterparts in Papua New Guinea and Tonga and Fiji. And so my first question to you, sir, is, given the increasing military-to-military engagements in the Pacific Islands region, especially Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and Tonga, many of those small islands listed on the unfunded Section 1251, will the DoD plan similar high-level engagements to strengthen those relationships with our counterparts in those small island nations in Oceania to deter China from extending their reach throughout the Western Pacific and into the Eastern Pacific?
As you pointed out, Congressman, the Indo-Pacific is important to us, and my very first trip was out to the region. And I would just say that China is engaging a number of different countries and with economic
carrots.
Yeah, and but we have something that China doesn't have. We have allies and we have partners. And if you consider the Australias, the Japans, you know, the Koreas of the world, you know, there is tremendous capacity in our allies and partners. I think the Pacific Islands are absolutely important, and you'll see us continue to engage various countries in the region there, and to make sure that where we can, we're increasing our capacity and accessibility and strengthening the relationships. But but we far, in a way, exceed any capability that China would have in terms of partner or allied capability, and we're going to continue to strengthen what we have.
What are your thoughts then on expanding those relationships that we currently have or previously had, for an example, in the Philippines? We had robust bases at Clark. Of course, we have a presence in Subic. In Singapore, we have Changi, and we have Utapao, and in Thailand. What are your thoughts on expanding those relationships, specifically the Philippines?
Absolutely the right thing to do. And, I talked with the Minister of Defense in the Philippines a couple of times. We would look to expand our footprint and strengthen our relationship as we go forward. I'll continue to work on that personally. I think it's really, really important. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will yield back the remaining amount of time. Mahalo. Well, thank you very much, and I want to thank both of you, well, all three of you. Mr. Cord, last did not get a question. I'm sure you were profoundly disappointed. But I do want to thank the Secretary and the Chairman, and I think it's really important as we've had these discussions. We focused on some areas of disagreement, but there is overwhelming agreement on this committee in a bipartisan way about the priorities and needs within our Department of Defense and how to meet those. And I hope we'll stay focused on those and not get too obsessed with the areas where we disagree, because there's a lot of good in what you're doing at the Pentagon, a lot of work to be done, obviously, and I think this committee and this Congress will contribute to that with useful and productive and helpful ideas over the course of the next several months as we work through the defense bill and the appropriations bill. But I, want to congratulate Secretary Austin's not first appearance before this committee, but first appearance, I believe, as the Secretary. And we very much appreciate your leadership, and I think you are absolutely the right person for the job at this moment. Glad you are there. Look forward to continuing to work with you. Mr. Rogers, do you have anything for the good of the order?
Just to say, I envy Mr. McCord. I mean, this is my kind of hearing for you, buddy. And I have the highest respect for the Secretary and the General. And thank you for your service and being here. And I concur with the Chairman's observation about this committee's focus on what we need. And we will continue in our bipartisan fashion. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you. With that, we are adjourned.